Do a mic test, please.
The hearing room, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Well, welcome
Commissioners,
everybody.
This is Troy, your host. We are live and recording, sir.
Got it, Troy. We heard that. So thank you everyone for joining us today for our Tuesday, January 28th, 2025 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting and Public Hearing. I'll go ahead and call us to order. If you'll all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for that. Attorney Garcia, do we have certification of the agenda today?
You do, sir. The county attorney's office reviewed all items on the agenda. Appropriate posting has been made, and you have a jurisdiction over these matters.
Thank you. And do any commissioners have disclosures for items on this agenda today?
No, sir.
No, sir.
And I have none either. With that, we'll get right into item 2, which is our land use meeting agenda items. Item 2A is El Paso County Condemnation and License Agreement for Greenland Ranch. Dan Dirts, Director of Open Space. Hi, Dan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Dirts for Open Space. Oh, got a little ahead of myself there, sorry. Today's request is a approval of a condemnation settlement agreement for permanent roadway easement of just under 3 acres of land, and for a temporary license to access a small portion of the surrounding land of the Greenland Ranch open space for the purpose of widening County Line Road, aka East Palmer Divide Avenue. The property in question is in the very southern portion of Douglas County, along I-25 and just west of I-25 on Palmer Divide Avenue. This slide shows the main area there that will be widened as part of this condemnation. The details of the agreement is that El Paso County would receive just under that 3 acres. El Paso County will pay a total of $87,000, just over $87,000 for the taking of the easement and legal fees. Douglas County will receive $1,774. Douglas Land Conservancy will receive $85,238, which that includes all of the releases from the property for the conservation easement and the processing fees. The county will grant a temporary access license to allow El Paso to perform the necessary grading work for the widening, which can be granted outside the condemnation action. The recommendation from staff is that we approve both the condemnation action and the temporary license agreement. And that concludes my presentation. Commissioners, I'm here for questions.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Any questions for staff? Okay, I don't have any questions either, so with that, I'll open it up for any citizen comment. Any citizen comment with regard to this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll open it up for any online comment.
I have no online comment.
Thank you, Troy. With that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and or a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move to approve the El Paso County Condemnation and License Agreement for Greenland Ranch.
I concur. Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries 3-0. With that, we'll move into item 2B, which is Subdivision Improvements Agreement and Intergovernmental Agreement for Sterling Ranch, filing number 7B, project file DV 2024-400. Ken Murphy, Senior Development Review Engineer, presenting for staff. Brett, are you presenting for Ken?
Yes, this item and the next item are one presentation.
Okay, great. Brett, I'm going to go ahead and introduce that, and we'll take up B and C at the same time then. This will also be item 2C, Sterling Ranch filing 7B, final plat, project file SB 2024-052.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brett Thomas, Plan Services. Susan Beckman with Sterling Ranch Development Company is the project representative on behalf of the owner, Sterling Ranch LLC. As part of this presentation, staff will also provide information on the subdivision improvements agreement, intergovernmental agreement for filing 7B. The applicant proposes 147 residential lots, 2 superblock lots for future development, 14 tracks, and associated public and private roads on 43.38 acres. The intent of the final plat process is to provide for the review of the final engineering plans, the subdivision improvement agreement, public dedications, and other legal agreements. Final plat process begins with submittal of an application. Following a review period by referral agencies and the public and acceptance of engineered plans, the request is considered by the board at a public meeting. No public comments were received. All referral agency comments are outlined in the referral agency response report, as well as the referral response letters attached to the staff report. The applicant response letter to referral comments is also included in the staff report. The site, indicated by the red star, is located in the northwest part of the county within Sterling Ranch Development. Property is located within the Chatfield urban area as identified in the 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan. Consistent with Urban Land Use Goal 2-1, the request proposes urban development in a designated urban area. The design of filing 7B supports healthy communities, provides appropriate trail improvements and open space, is located away from environmentally visually sensitive lands, provides a street hierarchy which minimizes the use of cul-de-sacs, and includes a mix of housing types and superblock lots for future non-residential development to foster a balanced community. Thorough discussion of the applicable goals, policies, and objectives of the 2040 CMP are discussed in detail within the staff analysis section of the staff report, as well as the applicant's narrative included as an attachment to the staff report. The site is located east of Roxborough Park Road, west of Middle Fork Street, and south of the Piesco transmission lines. This is an aerial of the property. Portions of Sterling Ranch Filing 7A are located south and east of the site. Unplatted portions of the Sterling Ranch development are located to the west of the site across Roxborough Park Road and north of the site across land owned by Piesco for transmission lines. Site was rezoned to planned development with approval of Sterling Ranch PD by the Board of County Commissioners in 2013. Associated with the approval of the Sterling Ranch PD, the board also approved the Sterling Ranch Water Supply Standards Appeal for certain provisions to Section 18A of the zoning resolution. In 2021, the board approved the amended and restated water appeal, which among other changes, allowed for the CAB to propose alternate minimum water demand standards as part of future development applications. In October of 2022, the board reviewed and approved preliminary plan 7, consisting of 1,667 residential lots, 5 superblock lots, 117 tracks, and associated public roads and private drives, of which this site is a part. The first final plat for 514 of these lots was approved by the board in June of 2024. Filing 7B is the second final plat proposed within preliminary plan 7. This slide is an overview of the final plat exhibit. As mentioned, the applicant proposes 147 residential lots, 2 superblock lots for future development, and 14 tracks. The site design provides approximately 11 acres of open space. Portions of Burns Regional Park were dedicated with filing 7A and are located immediately east of the site. The layout of the final plat is consistent with the approved preliminary plan 7. These are the approval standards applicable to a final plat. A detailed assessment of the project's compliance with all standards is included in the staff report. The final plat addresses all applicable subdivision design elements that were evaluated as part of the approval of the preliminary plan. The final plat design is consistent with preliminary plan. The application is in compliance with Sterling Ranch PD commitments for school and parkland dedication. In addition, the water appeal approval standards apply to this application. All engineered plans, studies, and reports required for filing 7B have been reviewed and approved by engineering. Staff has evaluated the final plat request in accordance with Article 5 of the subdivision resolution. Required improvements are identified and secured through the SIA IGA for filing 7B. Action on proposed condition number 1 is required prior to action on the final plat. Condition number 1, prior to the board's action on the final plat, the subdivision improvements agreement and intergovernmental agreement for filing 7B shall be approved by the board. Condition number 2, prior to recordation of the final plat, The applicant shall provide payment in the amount of $1,500 per single-family dwelling unit to the Douglas County School District for capital mitigation. For multifamily dwelling units within the final plat, the applicant shall provide payment in the amount of $750 per unit to the Douglas County School District for capital mitigation prior to site improvement plan approval. Condition number 3, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall provide payment to Douglas County for the pro rata share costs towards improvements to the state highway system in accordance with the commitments set forth in the Sterling Ranch PD. Condition number 4, prior to recordation of the final plat, the property within Filing 7B shall be included into one or more of the Sterling Ranch metropolitan districts. Condition number 5, prior to recordation of the final plat, private telecommunication easements shall be recorded and reception numbers noted on the final plat exhibit. Condition number 6, prior to recordation of the final plat, technical corrections to the final plat exhibit shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 7, Colorado Division of Wildlife literature shall be made available to both prospective homeowners and home buyers concerning possible presence of wildlife and shall be available at all times. Condition number 8, a burrowing owl survey shall be performed if any earth moving will begin between March 15th and October 31st. Condition number 9, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public meeting and or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. As provided in the supplemental memo to the staff report dated January 21st, 2025, the applicant has requested to coordinate with Xcel Energy on a new plat note to replace note 20 that was previously included on the final plat exhibit. To accommodate the applicant's request, the following additional proposed condition could be considered for inclusion in the board's motion. Condition number 10, prior to recordation of the final plat, the applicant shall coordinate with Xcel Energy and Douglas County to revise note 20 to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Section 504.06 of the subdivision resolution sets forth the parameters for the board's determination on final plat requests as noted on this slide. The SIA-IGA that accompanies the final plat is a 3-party agreement between the county, Sterling Ranch Development Company, and Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board. The purpose of the SIA-IGA for Sterling Ranch Filing 7B is to provide for the completion of the streets, traffic facilities, sidewalks, storm drainage infrastructure, water infrastructure, and sanitary infrastructure. Brad Jackson and Ken Murphy with engineering are available if you have specific questions regarding the agreement. This concludes presentation of the final plat for Sterling Ranch Filing 7B and the SIA-IGA. 2 motions are necessary from the board. The first motion would be made for the SIA-IGA, followed by a second motion on the final plat. Staff's available to take questions at this time. Otherwise, Sterling Ranch and its representatives are here to present the request.
Thank you, Brett, for that presentation. Any questions for staff?
Just a boilerplate, I see it in the staff report, Brett, but everything within this 7B plat, as well as the SIA, all these are consistent with Plan 7, preliminary Plan 7?
That is correct.
All right.
Commissioner Van Winkle? Does the applicant have a presentation? Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Susan Beckman, B-E-C-K-M-A-N. I'm the Entitlement Director for Sterling Ranch Development Company. We're at 8155 Piney River Avenue, Suite 200, Sterling Ranch, Colorado, 80125. Thank you, Chairman Layden and Commissioner Teal and Commissioner Van Winkle, for your time this afternoon and for your consideration of 7B. I also want to thank the Douglas County Planning Staff, Public Works, and Engineering. We've been working on this project for over a year, and we really appreciate their hard work and professionalism. I'd like to introduce the Sterling Ranch team. Of course, Brock Smethels is here today. Where's Brock? and he's the owner of Sterling Ranch Development Company. Kevin Jock, Director of Engineering, Sterling Ranch Development Company. As is customary with Sterling Ranch, we bring our experts to the hearing with us. We know that sometimes you have very technical questions, and it is out of respect for the county commissioners that we bring the entire staff and all of our consultants, because we want you to feel comfortable supporting our projects. With us today is Liam Shannon from Professional Engineer, Fox Tuttle. We also have Cassie Slade, Principal, Fox Tuttle Transportation Group, Curtis Davidson, Senior Landscape Architect, PCS Group, and, we do have our special guest today, Andrea Cole. She has her own presentation later, but she is our Dominion Water and Sanitation District is our wholesale water provider. So I want to make sure everyone knows she's here for our application. Sterling Ranch is the #1 best-selling master plan community in the metro area, and we have had that honor for the last 5 years. It is in Northwest Douglas County. This is a really good map to help you all catch your bearings. I know you've all been out there and you know kind of where Sterling Ranch is, but I just want to point out that Sterling Ranch is located 4 miles south of C-470 on Titan Road. It is approximately a mile from Santa Fe Drive. It is south of Chatfield Reservoir, and it is really kind of north of Pike National Forest. Directly west is Lockheed Martin, and directly south is Roxborough State Park. It is a great place for a community, a business park, maybe a sports complex. It's just a beautiful area for our community. It had approved densities for 12,050 units. Total acreage is 3,400 acres with an anticipated 1,300 acres of open space parks and 30 miles of interconnected trails. Today we have over 2,571 occupied homes with over 800 residents. We're very proud of our diverse housing stock. We have single-family, multifamily, townhomes, and our really bestseller multi-generational homes. At full build-out, that'll be about 20 years. We've got a lot of growth going on. And
Ms. Beckman, for the record, 800 residents or about 8,000?
8,000, thank you.
Oh, sure.
Chairman Layden, thank you so much. At full build-out, in about 20 years, will be about 35 residents. And that does not include the land that we're currently annexing, the Waterton Business Park, 225 acres. That is not a quasi-judicial process. It goes through the Planning Commission, but these numbers do not include that property. And so really, 7B is like in the heart of our community. And I'll just point out the roads connected to that. This is Waterton Road, Roxborough Park Road, and of course, Titan Road. And right there is where this new school is going to be. So it's a very great location for 7B. Brett did a great job running through the dates of everything that's happened. For Commissioner Van Winkle's interest, we start with zoning, then we go to preliminary plan and final plat. The dates are interesting since it has taken us 13 years to get to this point with 7B, from zoning to preliminary plan and now final plat. I'm not going to go over the dates. Brett did a good job on those, but 7B is our second plat. It has, for preliminary plan 7, it has 75 single-family detached homes and 72 townhomes, so the total is 147 units. There are going to be 2 super block lots on this 7B. Those properties are for commercial, retail, and multifamily, and those will come back to you in a full-blown minor development plan process. 7B is a logical extension in Sterling Ranch. And it connects to our trails, our open space, our utilities, and our other roads and transportation networks. It does complement the surrounding villages. As you know, we're made up of villages in Sterling Ranch. So we have Providence, Ascent, and Prospect. Providence, Ascent, and Prospect, and this is Legends. The Sterling Ranch PD requires the developer to prepare a neighborhood plan to select a mix of character zones, which establish the development standards that are applicable for the final plat. It sets our zoning. It sets setbacks, heights, and density of 7B, and they're dictated by this neighborhood plan, which has previously been approved. The proposed density of this site is in conformance with the neighborhood plan and meets the allowable density requirements. We are not asking for additional density. I do want to point out that this neighborhood plan identifies this parcel as C5, which means we can have commercial, retail, and multifamily, but also single family and townhomes. So Brett talked about the final plat process. We're here to review all the final engineering plans, the subdivision improvement agreement and public dedications, and other legal agreements. I know your packet is pretty big. Douglas County Engineering and Planning have reviewed the construction documents, and they have been signed by Douglas County, by the Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board, by Dominion Water and Sanitation District, and by South Metro Fire. Also, the subdivision improvement agreement, public dedications, and other legal agreements are in your packet, and they are all in good order. So for the approval now, all we have to do is to go through the approval criteria 50301 through 50309. In your packet is a comprehensive master plan compliance report. It's pretty significant. It is a new requirement, and I hope you take time to look through this. It's a really good document to show how aligned we are with what you're looking for in development in Douglas County. That's a pretty comprehensive document. I'm just going to hit on the highlights. We propose urban development in the Chatfield urban area. We provide a lot of trails, wildlife corridors, and open space. In fact, 30% of preliminary plan 7 was dedicated and is committed for either open space or parks. And we do a great deal of preservation on wildlife corridors. We have preserved Willow Creek and Sterling Ranch Gulch Wildlife Corridor. Those are significant. And then finally, we have selected housing product segmentation. As you know, we have a variety of housing. We have over 20 builders that build in Sterling Ranch. And we prolong the life of water. As you know, Sterling Ranch minimizes water consumption. We're known across the state of Colorado for that. And we bring renewable water resources to Douglas County. Currently, Sterling Ranch is served by 100% renewable water. Density, connectivity, and design. 50302 is really based on density. We comply with density. The connectivity, our neighborhoods are very connected in transportation and open space with all of the other villages. And our lots conform to size that is allowed in C5. And our natural terrain drainage ways, riparian easements are seamlessly integrated into the 7B. And also the Chatfield Basin. We make sure that we have a lot of connectivity with our neighbors. 50303 complies with Section 18A in the Sterling Ranch Water Appeal. As I mentioned before, Sterling Ranch provides renewable water to the Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board. They are actually our wholesale water provider, and the Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board is our retail water provider. And they are really responsible for making sure that we have infrastructure to deliver the water. In your packet, 7B, there are a couple of letters that we're required to have. One is a commitment to serve from Dominion. One is a will serve letter from Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board. The request for 7B was for 43.49 acre feet a year, so it's a relatively small final plat. Dominion's total current water supply is 2,457 acre feet. So the state water's engineer's opinion, and that is in your packet, it's a very detailed letter, says that we have adequate water based on the determination of the amount of water that they've looked at, and that it is physically available. And that's the requirement for the approval for 50301. 50303, I'm sorry. 50304 provides for public wastewater collection and treatment system. This is the system as it is planned. You might be familiar with the Titan Road lift station. It goes down to a lift station that was just approved with 7A and it's currently gone through the location and extent with your planning commissioners and been approved. So there'll be a lift station here that will go down to the Willow Creek lift station and on to the Roxborough conveyance infrastructure, and then to South Platte Reef New. And in the future, it will be sent to the Chatfield Basin Reclamation Facility, thanks to ARPA dollars and the county commissioners. (50305), a geotechnical site development study has been prepared by A.G. Wassenaar for 7B, and it identifies the areas which may involve soil conditions requiring special precautions. As you know, we have expansive soils in Sterling Ranch, and as a precautionary measure, we over-excavate every lot. And 7B, as all of our plats do, will follow all the recommendations for soil mitigation outlined in these geotechnical reports. Seven B includes one of 4 detention and water quality ponds. You can see them in the master drainage plan. So this is the water quality pond that we're going to be focusing on in 7B. There has been a Phase 3 drainage report prepared by Kimley Horn, and that report will propose storm water infrastructure and drainage systems which are designed to be constructed to connect all of the infrastructure with this detention pond. And of course, the drainage conforms to all the Douglas County current storm drainage design and technical criteria and other county requirements. And not only is Sterling Ranch meeting all the standards, but we're doing great things for the region. With some of our drainage projects, we help areas around us and our neighbors from flooding when it rains. There's a lot of little drainage ponds, detention ponds here. Kevin Jonk, our engineer, we are required to contact all the neighbors around us to get surveys to make sure that we will not impact them and, do any additional negative damage and flood their property. And what we have found is actually our detention projects and, of course, the Willow Creek drainage project, which is a significant drainage project, is going to prevent a lot of these areas from flooding. This site will have 3 primary access points. Ordway, which is a very long road that will take traffic to Middle Fork, and Hooper, which will take traffic to Sterling Ranch Avenue, and that takes all the traffic to the east of Sterling Ranch community. In your packet is a Fox Tuttle transportation study for 7B that confirms that the local road designs encourage walkable environment. All of those streets in 7B will not only have bike trails, paths, and also sidewalks. And then we have 2 roundabouts. We love roundabouts in Sterling Ranch, on Sterling Ranch Avenue. Those are, we believe they're safer, especially in an area that's a super block lot that will have retail and commercial for areas that are higher trafficked, but also they just look really nice in the development. So I want to remind everyone of the archaeological dig last year and why we're so sensitive to and do so many reports about the archaeological conditions in Sterling Ranch. Lamb Springs Archaeological Site is just south of Chatfield Reservoir, and it's one of the largest collections of Columbian mammoth bones in the state. The woolly mammoth in the Smithsonian came from there. So we know that in our development, we have some areas that are very sensitive. Last year, in some of the surveys that we had done, I think it was late in 2023, this was a site that had been identified since 1960, had a lot of studies, and so the developer decided to do an excavation, and over $1 million was spent in that excavation. And even though we did not find any woolly mammoth, we did find artifacts from people who have lived in Sterling Ranch thousands of years ago, and they are going to be given to the Douglas County Repository. The reason I bring this up is because it's a big part of what we do in Sterling Ranch, but the 7B survey showed that there were no archaeological, natural, or historic resources that are going to be impacted with the development of this 7B. I want to talk a little bit about open space and parks. 30% of preliminary Plan 7 was reserved for open space. Our parkland is not dedicated to Douglas County. Our community parkland and our regional parkland is dedicated to the Community Authority Board, and that is per requirement of our PD. So when we go through these final plats or preliminary plans and we dedicate land, it goes to the Community Authority Board, and then they come to the Planning Commission with plans for parks. We've spent a great deal of money. We have documented and submitted a proposal or a compliance document to staff of spending about $22 million. By the end of this year, we'll be up to over $30 million in parks. So what happens for the board is that the Planning Commission gets these beautiful presentations, detailed engineering presentations, with a lot of illustrations, and they approve them, but you don't see the amazing things that are happening. So I just wanted to take a moment to show you in the approval of 7B, this is a busy map, but there was a five acre, well, this is Burns Park, right? And that's a very large regional park. You're all familiar with Burns Park. It is a county regional park, even though the land dedicated goes to the Community Authority Board. This is an area within 7A. It will have a 12-foot fiberglass climbing wall, a children's climbing wall, a sports field, and a picnic shelter. It is going to be a beautiful amenity for not only Sterling Ranch residents, we'll have people from all over Douglas County, because a 12-foot fiberglass climbing wall is pretty cool. We also are building pickleball courts. We have 8 pickleball courts that are going to be built. This is a glass shield that we're purchasing to be built around the pickleball courts, even though this is pretty far away from houses, and it's also being built before the houses are being built. We're working for a company, and a very innovative company, that believes that this will cut down on all noise. This will have a lot of other amenities in that park. So I just wanted to point that out. We're really excited about the parks. In the last year, the Community Authority Board has come in front of the Parks Board, or the Planning Commission, 5 times with significant parks. So I just want you to know we got a lot going on in Sterling Ranch. Approval criteria 50309, it just is making sure that we are served by essential necessary services. South Metro Fire will provide fire services. Douglas County Sheriff will provide police protection. Excel will provide gas and electricity services. Limiar Fiber will provide telecommunication services. And Douglas County will provide schools. We're really excited about the new school at Sterling Ranch, so that will be open very soon. So I'm going to wrap it up here. As you know, if the final plat may be approved if it meets all the following criteria. I'm not going to go through the following criteria. It's there for you to see and ask questions because we've gone through them one by one in this presentation. And the staff report is a clean staff report, so we comply with all of these approval criteria. Sterling Ranch is supportive of all the conditions, including the Excel request. So we're supportive of all the conditions of approval. I do want to note, because the number wasn't there, that for a highway fee per lot, Sterling Ranch pays $3,900 that other developers across the county do not have to pay. It's a significant amount. And since it wasn't in the staff report, I just wanted to point that out. Signed construction documents and technical studies have been found acceptable to the engineering department and have been approved and signed. They have reviewed the subdivision improvement agreement and they are supportive of that. So I would ask for your support for 7B and I'd ask for your vote. And I'll open it up for questions. We got a whole team here that would love to answer the questions that you would have.
Well, Ms. Beckman, thank you for that wonderful presentation. It's always a treat for us to hear about all the great and exciting things that are happening in Sterling Ranch. Let me start by just confirming that the applicant is okay with the 9 conditions as presented.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. So with
Commissioner,
that,
just a reminder, there was that 10th condition as well.
Yes,
with
thank
the
you.
additional one, you okay? Okay.
Yeah,
The
and that
Excel.
we're just going to work with Excel to get the language that isn't burdensome for us in the future. They are willing to work with us, and we'll come back. It's a condition before recordation, and we feel positive that we'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Teal. Any additional questions for the applicant?
Once again, a very comprehensive presentation by the awesome Commissioner Beckman. So, no, obviously she sat in our similar seats, just in a different county, but we don't hold that against her. And very typically, a very comprehensive presentation. I'm not left with any questions.
Nor I, Mr. Chair. As the presentation went on, the questions that I had just continued to be answered one by one. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Wonderful, and our thanks again for bringing your staff and all of the folks that we're certainly familiar with. We appreciate the professionalism that you always show up with. With that, I'll open it up for any citizen comment. Is there any citizen comment in the room with regard to this item? Okay, seeing none. Troy, do we have any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no citizen comment for this item.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners for any further discussion and or a motion.
Well, as we continue seeing the build out of Sterling Ranch over time, again, I made comments about the professional presentation and, of course, adherence to county policies. That is kind of a hallmark of the development of Sterling Ranch. If it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve subdivision improvements agreement and intergovernmental agreement for Sterling Ranch, filing number 7B. Project file is DV 2024-400.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? I'll just echo those sentiments that, this area, it's part of the future of Douglas County, and it's not lost on us that this is the fastest growing community year over year for years. In terms of the record sales, it's really no surprise to us, but really an attribute to the incredible workmanship that you've provided in this community. And the fact that in partnership with the county and our amazing citizens, this is one of only 2 counties in the state of Colorado out of 64 that have had net migration in. People want to be in Douglas County. People want to be in Sterling Ranch. So congratulations on that front. I certainly would be in support, and I believe that it meets the legal criteria. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes. We do have another motion. I'll entertain that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to approve Sterling Ranch filing 7B final plat because it does meet all the approval criteria with the 10 conditions presented. Project file SB 2023-046.
Yeah, in keeping with my prior comments, I second.
Okay, so we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries as well, 3-0. Congratulations. With that, we'll transition on to item 3, which is our public hearing agenda items. The first item is item 3A, the established district determination for Dominion Water and Sanitation District, project file MI 2024-026. Katie Carter, Assistant Director of Planning Resources, presenting for staff. Hi, Katie.
Hello, Commissioners. Let me just pull up the presentation. Thank you for your patience with that. Katie Carter, representing Community Development. The request before you this afternoon is project file number MI 2024-026, an established district determination request for Dominion Water and Sanitation. Staff representatives from Dominion are also here today. The request before you today is to designate Dominion as an established district as defined in Douglas County Zoning Resolution, Section 18A, the Water Supply Overlay District. The intent of Section 18A is to provide parameters for determining the adequacy of a new development's water supply in terms of quantity, quality, and dependability as required by state statute. The established district designation process requires that Dominion provide information to demonstrate its ability to provide ongoing water service to its existing and future customers, and its ability to address the health, safety, and welfare of present and future inhabitants of the county. As an established district, Dominion will have the ability to operate with greater flexibility to meet service needs and obligations. Dominion submitted the request to become an established district in August of 2024. Staff provided an initial review, and the district provided follow-up information in October. Following that, input was solicited from the county's water consultant, the Applegate Group, and the Water Commission. Following published notice, the request is considered by the board at a public hearing. The district was formed as an overlay wholesale water district, and its service plan identifies 3 primary service areas: a portion of northwest Douglas County, as defined by various sections and townships, ability to provide services to Arapahoe, Jefferson, and Adams counties, and the city and county of Denver, and the Douglas County primary urban area, as defined in the Douglas County 2020 Comprehensive Master Plan. The district's existing customer base and initial service area is located in northwest Douglas County and encompasses approximately 33,000 acres. It is currently committed to serving the Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board and other existing retail districts in Northwest Douglas County as defined in Dominion's rules and regulations. This portion of its service area intersects with the following Douglas County 2040 Comprehensive Master Plan planning areas: the Chatfield urban area, the Chatfield Valley non-urban area, Indian Creek non-urban area, Levere's rural community, Pike National Forest and the Foothills sub-area, Roxborough separated urban area, and the Sedalia rural community. Section 18A provides regulations and a process by which the board may evaluate the adequacy of water supplies for new development. It also establishes standards to estimate a development's water demand and to assess the adequacy of a proposed water supply to meet that demand. These standards provide a basis by which the board can consistently assess if a water supply will be sufficient for different development proposals. When Section 18A was first adopted in 1998, several districts formed pursuant to Title 32 of the Colorado Revised Statutes were already in existence and providing water supplies to tens of thousands of people in Douglas County. Those districts, identified as existing districts in Section 18A, were formed based on unique assessments of the estimated demand for water and the type of water supply that was available for the developments they served. To accommodate build-out, Section 18A allowed for their governing boards to adopt demand standards in line with the assessments made at their formation. Through Section 18A, the board retains the authority to assess the sufficiency of these district-specific demand standards during its review of new development. Section 18A applies to the formation of new Title 32 districts formed after 1998. The county's role in the formation of a district is at the front end through the service plan review process. The county has a limited role in oversight of a district's operation once it is formed. Therefore, a conservative approach to the application of Section 18A was taken by requiring that new districts comply with the county's presumptive water demand standards, commonly known as 0.75 acre-feet. In 2022, the process for established district designation was developed to provide an opportunity for Title 32 districts formed after the adoption of Section 18A to have a similar level of autonomy as districts formed prior to its adoption. In doing this, the county acknowledged that districts are required to invest in complex infrastructure and water supply plans to meet the demands of their customer base. They are required to act in the best interest of their constituents. This includes planning for financial, economic, and population growth needs in support of the long-term viability of the district. Input on this process was also solicited from the county's Water Commission and Applegate Group, the county's consulting water engineer. Both comment letters were provided to the board with the staff report. Both did not object to the request for Dominion to be considered as an established district. Water Commission members provided comments regarding the importance of the county's presumptive demand standard and its impact on the level of development in the county. Comments were also provided about the renewable aspects of the Dominion water supply system. Applegate provided a thorough analysis of the submittal and its requirements and found no issues with Dominion's ability to meet the county's standards to be considered an established district. The request may be approved by the board upon the finding that the following standards have been met. Number one, the district has demonstrated its capability to provide ongoing water service to its existing and future customers. In response, Dominion's application materials address the submittal requirements. Its rules and regulations, water conservation and drought mitigation planning practices, and documentation of existing and planned investment in infrastructure and water supplies demonstrate capability to provide ongoing water service to its existing and future customers. Both Dominion's application materials and Applegate's review letter note that ability to provide ongoing water service to future customers is contingent upon the timely completion of certain infrastructure projects and access to funding. Zoning Resolution Section 18A will continue to apply as new development is served by Dominion in terms of requiring information to determine the adequacy of a new development's water supply in terms of quantity, quality, and dependability as required by state statute. Number two, The request will not be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. In response, Dominion was established as a Title 32 special district in 2004 with a service plan that was approved by Douglas County. As such, it is an entity that is required by state statute to promote the health, safety, and welfare of the people it serves. Dominion is also required to meet Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment standards to ensure the provision of clean drinking water. Staff has evaluated the request in accordance with Section 18A. Should the board find that the approval standards are met, then the board may approve the request and designate Dominion Water and Sanitation District as an established district via a resolution of approval. That concludes my portion of the presentation. Representatives from Dominion are here and do have a presentation. We also have the county's water consultant, Jared Daines, online.
Wonderful, outstanding. Katie, any questions for staff?
No questions.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. I may have a few following the applicant's presentation if you want to approach.
Do you have the clicker? There you go. I'll pull up your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioners. While Katie is pulling up the presentation, Andrea Cole, C-O-L-E, with General Manager, Dominion Water and Sanitation District. We are located at 9250 East Castilla Avenue, Suite 400 in Greenwood Village, Colorado. I would like to acknowledge, as Susan did as well in her presentation, that we have members in the audience here to support us, to include board members from Dominion. We have John Ostemiller, former mayor of the city of Littleton, as well as Brock and Harold Smethels, who are also on our board, as well as with Sterling Ranch. We have additional members of our staff and consultants here that are available to address more specific questions. And thank you. Thank you, Katie. I want to say thank you for this time and opportunity to present this information to the commissioners, and thank you for your dedication to Douglas County. Also, thank you to the staff and Applegate Group for their review and diligence through this effort. All right, so I won't, Katie had a very detailed and thorough presentation, so I'll try not to dwell on a lot of this. But as Katie indicated, Dominion Water and Sanitation District was formed in 2004 as a wholesale water and wastewater overlay district in Douglas County. And on this map, you see our service area highlighted. We were created to serve Sterling Ranch Community Authority Board, as well as those surrounding existing communities that are on non-renewable, non-reliable groundwater. And that, as you can see, that's the communities of Laviers, Sedalia, and Thunderbird, and that's how strategically our service area boundary was drawn. Dominion is a principal water and wastewater provider in Northwest Douglas County. So we are the largest participant and partner in WISE, which is the project that brings renewable water supplies, excess renewable water supplies, if you will, from Aurora Prairie Waters Project, backed by Denver Water, down to Douglas County. In addition, we are also members of the Chatfield Watershed Authority, the Chatfield Reallocation Mitigation Authority, and many other entities within Douglas County and the state. We are an innovative partner, as can be seen through us leading the state forward with a regional rainwater harvesting project. We are the first and only pilot project in the state of Colorado. We are leading the state in having state law changed so that that could be allowed to be legal in the state, so you could take rainwater and put it to beneficial use. We appreciate the support of the commissioners, in particular Commissioner Van Winkle, for his support during the last legislative cycle to get another change made to that statute to allow us to continue to advance that important work here in Colorado. Also, we are a regional leader in renewable water supplies in Northwest Douglas County. So unlike some of our neighbors, we were formed on day one with renewable water. So every drop that we provide to our customers is 100% renewable, and we are committed to continue to achieve over 70% renewable supplies, and I'll have some more information on that. There's nuances in Colorado water law on that, but I'll have some information. Also, we are a protector of public health and safety. As Katie indicated, we are a Title 32 special district. We are also in compliance of all federal and state drinking water standards. And we are leading the state in sustainability. We have great partners with Sterling Ranch. We are setting the example on how water efficiency practices can be made and how development should happen in Colorado. Hit the next slide. Thanks, Kitty. So just a few comments on additional information on the staff report. Dominion is committed, and we do understand the need for water and wastewater infrastructure to help us achieve and bring that paper water, if you will, to be wet water within our community and be able to be used by our residents. We diligently plan out how the growth of the development and the growth of our area is going to occur, and then we overlay that onto our water supply portfolio to determine when projects should be built. And we want to make sure that that's done from a financial and fiscal responsible manner so that we do not overburden the existing residents that we currently provide that water service and wastewater service to. In addition, Dominion's water portfolio is built on renewable supplies and will exceed the 70% renewable at build-out, which the next slide is our attempt to simplify this, so it's a little bit of an oversimplification. But as Susan indicated in her previous presentation for 7B, our existing supply portfolio is firm, and that's a term of art in water, and it essentially means that that's water that we can rely upon. And that is 2,457 acre-feet of water. Of that water, all of that is renewable. All of that is surface water supplies and is provided to us through various means into our system. In addition, as we continue to grow and build more infrastructure to include the Chatfield Basin Water Reclamation Facility, which we'll be breaking ground on in May of this year. Look forward to more information coming on that, and thank you for the ARPA funds to help assist facilitate that. We'll be able to fully capture that renewable water supply and bring that back into our system, increasing that renewable water supply portfolio. In addition, we also have junior water rights, and we also have the WISE water. But as you all know, junior water rights are subject to hydrologic variability. So we can't control when it rains, we can't control when it snows, or where it rains. And so to back those supplies, we have our groundwater at Cherokee Ranch. Note, though, that that water will only be used should there not be renewable water supplies available to Dominion, and that way we can continue to ensure that we're meeting the demands of our customers and to achieve the public health and safety requirement that we take very seriously. So this kind of gets a little bit more into the infrastructure portion of the staff report. So the district has demonstrated its capability to provide water and wastewater service to its existing and future customers. So this is just a map that shows the same service area, but it also shows some of the key infrastructure that we have been a part of. So I'll start with early on. Dominion is a joint owner of the Moore Water Treatment Plant. We own that jointly with Roxborough Water and Sanitation District, and it is located in Sterling Ranch. In addition, we have over 93 miles of pipelines. That includes 57 miles of water lines, which includes the blue line here on the map, which is the Eastern Regional Pipeline, which is a regional pipeline that connects us into that WISE system and conveys that renewable water into Northwest Douglas County. And that is a 30-inch pipeline. On top of that, we have over 35 miles of wastewater lines that are currently collecting that wastewater and taking it to the South Platte Renew facility, or Bi-Cities, Littleton Inglewood, whatever you're used to calling it. That's where currently our wastewater goes until the plant will be fully online and operational by late 27, early 2028. We have 2 water storage tanks with a total combined capacity of 3 million gallons. Those tanks are available to help us meet pressure standards to provide fire suppression as needed throughout our community. In addition, we have 2 wastewater lift stations. We have the Titan Road lift station located here, and then we have the Willow Creek lift station. As Susan indicated in the filing 7B presentation, we are in the process of constructing the filing 7 lift station. That's been through the full process, and building permits have been pulled with the county to start that construction activity. As I already mentioned, we are the largest participant in the statewide Regional WISE project, and we have interconnections in place with several of our neighbors, to include Castle Rock. That's how we bring our WISE water into our system. But we also have emergency interconnections, and this is something that's very important for water districts to have in case there should be some upset or emergency within your system, that you can be able to leverage some of those additional water supplies. So we have an interconnection with Highlands Ranch Water. They just changed their name as of January 1, so formerly Centennial Water and Sanitation District. But we have an emergency interconnection with Highlands Ranch, and that's primarily to help Highlands Ranch be able to serve the community of Solstice. So they have a single point of failure to that community, and they reached out to us and asked us to be able to connect to them to help provide water should that pipeline be in some type of disruption. In addition, we have an emergency interconnection with Roxborough Water and Sanitation District. And as I mentioned a couple times in this presentation, we are in the process of designing and constructing the regional wastewater facility, the Chatfield Basin Water Reclamation Facility here. Like I indicated, groundbreaking is anticipated in May. We are in the process of designing and constructing additional lift stations, as well as force mains and pipelines to continue to provide water and wastewater service to our customers. So the other important topic to discuss, again, it was something near and dear to our heart and that we take very seriously at Dominion, is that this request, our request to become an established district, will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the present or future inhabitants of the county. And as Katie indicated, we are in compliance, federal and state drinking water standards. I want to point out that all of our potable water is provided by Roxborough Water and Sanitation District currently. Additional potable water will be provided through Castle Rock. So they are the ones that treat the water to drinking water standards and bring it in through our system. But we do have additional chloramine boosters at the high zone tank, and we have testing stations so that we can ensure that there is adequate disinfection within our system to make sure that our residents are protected and taken care of. All drinking water meets or exceeds federal and state requirements. We have licensed operators on staff who are the operator responsible in charge, which is a term of art in the state of Colorado, well, in all drinking water regulations, but an ORC of Dominion system, and we remain in good standing of all federal and state requirements. And as we continue to grow and bring on additional facilities to include the wastewater treatment plant, we will bring on licensed operators for that as well. And I won't go through all of these. I stole this from Susan, but there are additional criteria within Douglas County zoning regulation 18A, specifically 1809A.02, which Dominion has met, and I believe the staff report also indicates that. So in closing, I would like to say that Dominion meets or exceeds all criteria as provided in the Douglas County Zoning Resolution 18A Water Supply Overlay District, specifically 1809A.02, established district requirements, and we respectfully request your support in approving Dominion's application to become an established district here in Douglas County. And with that, I conclude and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Andrea, thank you very much. Also a wonderful presentation. Appreciate that. Any questions for the applicant?
So really, my questions are just, so Andrea, good to see you again. Thanks for coming in and taking us through this. I mean, obviously the Water District has been around for almost 21 years now. I suppose a water district can't drink, but you know that's usually a criteria for recognizing responsibility is hitting that 20-year mark. So I just want to pin you to the wall on this one. I mean, you feel confident that you guys have the infrastructure, the planning, and the operations in order to sustain this district in a way, in a manner that is compliant with what the other established water districts in the county are able to hit at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. I appreciate that question. Yes, absolutely. I feel confident that Dominion is poised, and we are in that position to be able to take on additional responsibilities as part of that established district. And we have shown that we can build the infrastructure, and we will build the infrastructure, and we're excited to be true partners with Douglas County in that regional aspect.
That completes my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, my oldest is a 19-year-old freshman in college, and I don't treat her the same way as I did when she was first born. And I really agree with Commissioner Teal's line of questioning that you're too big to be treated small. And I think this is a long time coming. We've had a lot of discussions about this. And in some ways, it's taking those training wheels off as the county and saying, you are established. You've done it. You've demonstrated it. You've been a phenomenal regional partner. And that goes a real long way with me and I think with our county. So I don't really have any questions. Again, I think the history speaks for itself, and your presentation was very comprehensive. So thank you. Commissioner?
Yeah, and I'll just say ditto. I've been watching Dominion Water kind of grow and thrive for many years now, and frankly, some of the biggest, most important water projects we've seen in Douglas County have come from Dominion Water. So it's when I first heard about the hearing, I was a bit surprised, and glad today is here.
Great. So with that, is there any other discussion from the board? Okay. With that, I'll open it up for any citizen comment. Any citizen comment with regard to this item? Okay. Troy, do we have any citizen comment online?
Thank you, Commissioner. I have no online comment.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and or a motion.
You know, Chair, when we took up consideration of modifying 18A in order to allow for, well, you know, let me explain to everybody who might not live this the way we do every day. When 18A was established, there was really only two varieties of water district. There were those that were established and then new. And there was really no consideration at the time for, well, what happens when these new districts do become complex. They do become established. You know, they've got millions of dollars of infrastructure in the ground. They have thousands of people that are paying fees, and they start to get to the size. Well, I think of Castle Rock, you know, 30 years ago was about 8,000 people. And that was yet at the time that 18A and the enabling state legislation was established, an established water district. And so we started working with staff to figure out, well, how can we have that third category of, you know, a new water district that has proven its complexity and reliability, and we can move it into the established. And so I'm really happy that we were able to get to this point. I hope the folks at Dominion are happy we were able to get to this point. The folks in Sterling Ranch and the 8,000 residents out there are happy about it, because I think it shows it's great once new legislation goes through and, oh, we're going to put all these controls on, and with no consideration to what happens over time. And I think that's what happened with our water district planning with 18A here in the county. So, and actually, I got to give a lot of credit to Harold Smethels for pointing out to me at the last time that Sterling Ranch went through its water demand standards review, the cost that was being added to all the ratepayers in Sterling Ranch that, quite frankly, I wasn't paying in Castle Rock. And, you know, Kevin, you weren't going to pay it with Centennial. And Abe, you weren't going to pay it with Centennial either. And yet, our new residents who are moving into Sterling Ranch, yeah, they're going to pay for all that cost to go through that review periodically. That's a cost that, well, I used to tell people I ran for Castle Rock Town Council instead of running for my HOA because my HOA did not make me as angry as my water bill did. And so I might be a guy that's overly sensitive to what people see on their water bills, and the idea that we could take action and find a way, probably not to ever decrease anybody's water bill in Sterling Ranch. I mean, that's beyond our power. But to where we could do something that would not add that extra burden, I wanted to do something about it. And I'm really glad we got to this day. And with that said, if it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve a resolution designating Dominion Water and Sanitation District as an established district. Project file is MI 2024-026.
And Mr. Chair, the visionary leaders behind Dominion Water and those who work there every day, the leadership, ought to be very proud today. And I will second that motion, and I'm proud to second that motion.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? You know, I think early on, I appreciate the history. George always provides a really good background, and that's accurate. It's been a lot of wrangling around water. People often say that, water's for fighting, whiskey's for drinking in Colorado, as we know. But, you know, in those early discussions, you had largely three individuals that you had to come before. You now have 8,000 citizens that are very real. And if for some reason they turn on those faucets and it's not quality, quantity, and dependability, you're going to hear from them. So it's with a lot of responsibility that I think we move forward in this new direction. Very optimistic and thankful for the work that you've put in. So again, thank you for your leadership. I will be in support. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that passes 3-0. Congratulations. Great. So with that, we'll move on to item 3B. And I appreciate everyone's patience with us today. We've had a very full and long agenda on a number of fronts. Item B is Pinery Plan Development 31st Amendment, Major Plan Development Amendment, Project File ZR 2023-002. Mike Pasica, Principal Planner, presenting for staff. Hi, Mike. I think I'm okay for now. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman Layden. Mike Pasica, representing Planning Services, and the application before you is the Pinery PD 31st Major Amendment. The project number is ZR 2023-002, and Russell Hall, manager of Pinery 40 LLC, is here on behalf of the owners. The request is a major plan development amendment to the Pinery Plan Development Map to amend boundaries of Planning Area 62 and 63 to add 30 new units to Planning Area 63, where 15 are currently allowed, and associated language in the Pinery PD Development Guide to establish specific development standards for the proposal, including a minimum lot size of 1/2 acre and a maximum height of 25 feet for lots along the north property line. The applicant is proposing access to Sestina Way and South Pinery Road, which I will point out on a map later in the presentation. The intent of the major PD amendment process is to encourage innovative and creative design and to facilitate a mix of uses in the development of a balanced community, including residential, business, commercial, recreational, open, and other selected secondary uses in accordance with Section 2467-101 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The major PD amendment process begins with the submittal of an application, following a review period by referral agencies and the public. Notice is given for public hearings before the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners. Comments from neighbors were received throughout the review process and are included as attachments to the staff report. Engineering Services has reviewed the traffic report and will not require off-site roadway or traffic signal improvements. The Phase 1's drainage report has been reviewed and accepted. Additional drainage studies and reports will be required at the time of preliminary plan and final plat application if the PD amendment is approved. The applicant has proposed an emergency access gate near the east entrance from Sestina Way. Engineering Services do not support the gate at this time and will require additional review at the time of preliminary plan and final plat applications. South Metro Fire has no concerns with the proposed PD amendment and has no objections to the proposed gate as long as it meets their requirements for gated access. Douglas County Schools has stated that if the gated access is approved, then some busing services may not be available. And Pinery Water and Wastewater has provided a will serve letter for the project. The Planning Commission heard the proposal at a public hearing on August 19th, 2024, and recommended denial of the request by a vote of 6-0. During the PC hearing, there was extensive public comment that included but was not limited to traffic, change in the character of the area, not keeping with the original intent of the Pinery PD, and an increase in density. As background, the original Pinery PD was approved in 1972 and has been amended 29 times. The third amendment was approved in 1989, which established the 15 equestrian estate lots in the area subject to the PD amendment. The surrounding area of the Pinery is subject to the Fifth Amendment that was approved in 1995 and allowed the similar sized lots that border the project site to the north, east, and west. This is the CMP vicinity map. The Pinery PD 31st Amendment is shown with a red star and is located generally east of State Highway 83, north of Bayou Gulch Road, and south of South Pinery Parkway in the northeast area of the county and within the Pinery separated urban area of the Comprehensive Master Plan. As discussed in staff's analysis of the approval standards, the application is consistent with several policies and objectives contained in Section 2 Urban Land Use of the CMP. I'll highlight a couple of those. Objective 2-1A, which is to direct urban level development to designated urban areas, and Policy 2-1A2, which is to limit the expansion of the separated urban area boundary. This is the zoning map. All adjacent properties are zone plan development and are within the Pinery PD. Planning Area 62 is outlined in red on this map, and Planning Area 63 is highlighted in blue. Take a look at the aerial map. The project site is outlined in red. There are existing single-family detached developments to the north, east, and west, and the former Colorado Horse Park is to the south and is proposed to become an equine vet clinic. This is another aerial view of the project site, which is outlined in red. The Timbers Creek floodplain is down here way down here in the bottom portion of the project, and will not be developed. Sistina Way is shown on the west up here and also on the east, and that which is on the west and east borders of the site. And South Pinery Road is labeled on the left side of the photo, which is over here. The applicant is proposing connections to Sistina Way and South Pinery Road. This is the proposed PD amendment map. North is up on the map. The 31st Amendment planning area covers approximately 47 acres and affects planning area 62 and 63. The PD amendment proposes 2 new planning areas. Planning area 63A1 outlined in yellow, and it's 16.6 acres, and planning area 63A2 outlined in red, which is 26.4 acres. These planning areas will be where the residential development occurs. Planning Area 62, which is highlighted in green, will remain and retain the existing uses, but the boundaries of this planning area will be changed slightly. Again, access is proposed to South Pinery Road on the west and Sistina Way on the east. Lots are not proposed in the Timbers Creek drainage. Drainage for the project is proposed on site, and lots in Planning Area 63A1 will be restricted to 25 feet in height. And the revised PD development guide includes a minimum lot size of 1/2 acre, which is similar to surrounding residential development. Quickly run through some site photos. This is a view to the northwest through the project site from the former Colorado Horse Park. This is taken from the Colorado Horse Park looking to the north through the property. You can see the homes that are on the north side of the project site. And this is taken to the north from South Pinery Road. This is through an existing open space tract and existing homes. The western property line of the project site is generally in this area. It's not that fence right there. This view is northwest along the main entrance to the former Colorado Horse Park and generally in the location of the proposed western access for the project. This view is to the west from Sistina Way on the east side of the project site. This is actually on Sistina Way on the east end of the project site, looking to the east through the timbers. And this is, again, another view from that Sistina Way on the east side of the project site, looking directly north. The approval standards for a PD amendment are set forth in section 1520 and listed on this slide. Staff's assessment of the approval standards are discussed in the staff report. Staff has evaluated the major plan development request in accordance with section 15 of the zoning resolution. Should the Board of County Commissioners find that the approval standards have been met, staff proposes the following conditions be included in the motion. Condition number 1, prior to recordation, all technical corrections to the primary plan development 31st Amendment document shall be made to the satisfaction of Douglas County. Condition number 2, a Class 3 cultural resource survey shall be provided with the submittal of a preliminary plan application. And condition number 3, all commitments and promises made by the applicant or the applicant's representative during the public hearing and/or agreed to in writing and included in the public record have been relied upon by the Board of County Commissioners in approving the application. Therefore, such approval is conditioned upon the applicant's full satisfaction of all such commitments and promises. Section 152208 sets forth the parameters for the board's decision on the major PD amendment request as shown on this slide. And this concludes staff presentation. I can take questions at this time. Otherwise, the applicant does have a presentation this afternoon.
Mike, thank you for that presentation. Any questions for staff?
So pertaining to the current PD, Mike, can you take us back? You did have a piece where you talked about the 2 planning areas.
Oop, right here,
All right, go forward one more, please.
right there.
Okay, excuse me, go back. And can you go back again? You had the 2 planning areas outlined in blue and red, please.
Right here.
Yeah. All right, so these are the 2 planning areas. What was the bigger PD that this was a part of?
The bigger planning area was, this is, PA 63 is the larger planning area here. I mean, PA 62 is large, but there's going to be a small section of it that will be amended, but it won't have any residential uses in it.
I'm afraid, excuse me, I guess I'm just not being clear. We're seeing reference over and over again to the planned development.
Oh, it's the Pinery Plan Development, I'm sorry.
Okay, so this is a part of the entire Pinery Plan Development area?
That is correct.
Okay. The adjacent planning areas that are adjacent to this, those were also amended in, from the prior version of the PD?
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have a feeling for why, and hang on, based on the presentation, I get the impression that these are planning areas that are in adhering to the planned development based on those later amendments in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, but these ones haven't been updated since that time?
That's correct, yes. The timbers, which is over on this area over here, which was the 5th Amendment back in 95, hasn't been changed since that time, and they're adhering to those development standards. And then the 3rd Amendment, which was this area here, that was for the 15 equestrian lots that are approved there now. That hasn't been changed since that time. And then this area over here was actually part of the original Pinery PD, and they don't have a designated planning area, but they have not changed since that time.
Okay. I think those are my questions for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Teal. Commissioner Van Winkle?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so I believe I read that the smallest lot possible would be ½ acre. Is that true?
That is correct.
And does that fit with the surrounding communities that we see there?
It's very similar. The lots, lots in this area are about a third, or maybe a quarter to a third of an acre. Generally, lots in this area about a ½ acre, and then lots over here are maybe a ½ acre up to maybe 3/4 or a little larger.
So it is similar to the surrounding areas.
And then the connection there to Sestino Way, that looks like it's a cul-de-sac right now. Was that part of the original plan for it to be a cul-de-sac or to be a thoroughfare?
On this side here and this side here, they were built as cul-de-sacs and stubbed out, anticipating that a road would eventually connect through this area with those plat filings. So if this were developed with the 15 lots, there would be some type of a road connection through there, and it was anticipated it would take advantage of Sestino Way. The applicant has changed that western access to connect down here.
Okay, so both those cul-de-sacs on the east and the west are named Sestino Way,
Correct.
but the access point will be that larger road, Pinery.
Yeah, possibly. It's proposed to go here and then Sestino Way on the east.
Okay, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Van Winkle. So, Mike, you indicated that at the Planning Commission hearing, it was denied 6-0.
Correct.
And I reviewed the packet. Did the Planning Commission have any did they tie their denial to legal approval criteria?
It wasn't necessary in harmony with the surrounding area. It wasn't compatible.
Which provision is that? I want to say 503.01, but I don't.
It would have been it would have been 15, I believe it would have been 15-2002, whether the amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development, preservation of the entire plan development. And 15, no, I think it was generally tied on the first one, just because it was a change.
15-2002.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Any additional questions for staff? Seeing none, does the applicant have a presentation? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Meeks. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to need a little grace, apparently. This is my first presentation with you guys, but I'm going to do my best. My name is Chris Meeks. I'm located, and my address? I'm located at 7811 East Briarwood Boulevard in Centennial, 80112. A little bit about me, and then I'll get to the team real quick. I am a partner. I'm a civil engineer, and I'm a land surveyor on this project. I also own a company and organization that helps people in need, mainly with a major drive towards kids and our youth with illnesses and bullying prevention. To my right is Russell Hall. He is also an engineer and land surveyor, and he deals with, I don't know if we're getting into personal stuff, but he deals with suicide prevention, as he had that at death of his son. And then this is James Marine. He's also a engineer. The three of us have known each other for 20 plus years, and both of these individuals are local to Douglas County. They live in Parker. James is has full disability and a veteran with the U.S. military. So that is our team, and I will get into our presentation unless there's any other questions on that. So I'm presenting today Shire Meadows subdivision. You'll see in the packet in our presentation that we try to use Shire Meadows subdivision, but it's also known as Pinery 40. So whatever one you see, just know that it's the same development. So Pinery 40, let's see, it's not working.
Well, you're getting organized. Staff, did this go out on referral?
Mike Pasica for staff. Yes, it did. It did go on referral.
Okay, I'm not seeing, can you tell me what page the referral comments are on? I'm on page 1084, and I think we've asked in the past to include those up front, and it looks like it might have been buried.
Sorry for that. The large packet, they begin on page 1128.
Okay, thanks. Again, I'm going to ask that you get the referral comments ahead of all of the additional input, if we can get that towards the beginning of the packet. Again, applicant, are you guys ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
So Pinery 40, also known as Shire Meadows, consists of 47 acres located east of State Highway 83, otherwise known as South Parker Road, north of the Bayou Gulch Road, and south of South Pinery Parkway. The property is an infill property with residential detached homes located on 3 sides to the north, east, and west, with the commercial land use to the south. Rezone criteria 1520.01. We're going to be presenting our project to demonstrate that Pinery 40, also known as Shire Meadows, fully meets the Douglas County rezoning criteria. This amendment includes 7 specific criteria items, each of which I will address individually, providing clear evidence of full compliance. So the first one is 1520.01, whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the plan development. We touched on it just a bit with Mr. Pasica, but before we can dive into the criteria, we need to know just a little bit of history with the Pinery. Over the past few decades, several land use changes have shaped the development of the Pinery community. The original Pinery Plan Unit Development, or the PUD, was approved for 2,249 residential housing units. This density was considered with the surrounding developments, including our proposed development, Shire Meadows. Subsequent amendments brought significant changes. For example, the Third Amendment reduced the total number of housing units from 2,249 to 414, incorporating over 550 acres designated for 2.5-acre equestrian lot estates, known as the High Prairie Farms. These larger lots were designed to complement the equestrian center, recognized now as the Colorado Horse Park, and providing homeowners the opportunity to own and board horses. However, the vision was ultimately reconsidered, leading to approval of the Fifth Amendment in 1994. This amendment reinstated a significantly higher residential density, eliminating more than 500 acres of equestrian estate lots and replacing with smaller residential lots ranging from 1/3 to 3/4 of an acre. This area is now known as the Timbers. At that time, a proposed development, Shire Meadows, was owned by the owner of the Colorado Horse Park, who decided to not participate in that rezoning amendment. As a result, the land use for Shire Meadows remained designated as equestrian estate lots as shown on the Fifth Amendment. Presently, the Pinery 40 property is an undeveloped void between the Pinery filing number 22 and filing number 23A. No continuity or compatibility currently exists along this section of the existing housing development, which is not in compliance with Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. If we were to refer to the Comprehensive Master Plan, Objective 2-1C, is to ensure development in the designated urban areas is consistent with the comprehensive master plan. In addition, policy 2-1C.2 states, determine the actual density or intensity of the development at the time of subdivision or site improvement plans by considering the potential environmental and visual impacts. Availability of community facilities and services, and compatibility with existing, adjacent, or planned uses. This slide demonstrates that the architects of the Third Amendment intended for Sestina Way to be developed as a continuous residential street extending across the Pinery 40 property. A closer examination of Sestina Way on both the east and the west sides of Pinery 40, as shown on the recorded plats for filing number 22 and 23A, reveals that the roadway's right-of-way aligns with the property boundary, indicating plans for future extension. Additionally, the plat includes a notation, both plats include a notation marking the area as temporary cul-de-sac easement intended for turnarounds until the roadway is extended through Pinery 40. To recap whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the planned development. The original Pinery PUD was approved for 2,249 units of residential housing for the community, which was removed with the Pinery Third Amendment. The Pinery Fifth Amendment restored the higher density, except for the Pinery 40 property, resulting in a void surrounding by urban development, but planned for connectivity through the Pinery 40 property via Sestina Way. The second rezone criteria, 1520.02, whether the amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development, and preservation of the entire planned development. The intent and preservation. The Pinery is a special community, unlike really any found anywhere in Douglas County today. Residents enjoy the natural landscape with pines and deciduous trees, having unique homes tucked inside. One of the key values for living in the Pinery subdivision is the preservation of the existing natural terrain. 1/2 acre lots will be proposed to provide adequate space between homes. Proposed roadways and building envelopes will be designed to fit on the existing topography of the land to minimize grading and to minimize land scarring. Our goal for the rezone of Pinery 40 is to replace the land use with one that is compatible with the surrounding residential developments. The guidelines for Pinery 40 will preserve the architectural and development guidelines currently in place for the adjoining Pinery subdivisions filing 22 and 23A. A person driving through Pinery 40 will not be aware that they have left one subdivision and entered into a new subdivision. From the architecture to the open, undisturbed landscape, the Pinery 40 property will achieve the intent of beauty estate living. When it comes to efficient development, eyebrows reduce traffic through existing neighborhoods. And this was requested by the neighbors at one of our neighborhood meetings. Our design team came up with an alternative roadway design to alleviate the increase in traffic concern. South Pinery Drive was vacated at the time the Pinery Fifth Amendment was approved. Currently, South Pinery Drive is constructed only to serve as access for Pinery filing number 8A, 8B, and the facility parking for the Colorado Horse Park. Our current design will utilize South Pinery Drive, the primary point of access for Pinery 40. South Pinery Drive will be restored as a collector street and provide additional emergency vehicle routes and additional access to existing homes and neighborhoods east of Shire Meadows. And utilizing South Pinery Drive increases efficiency and public access by providing a shorter route to South Pinery Parkway, in addition to reducing traffic through the existing residential streets. Eliminate cut-through traffic. A traffic concern raised by the neighbors was an increase in traffic due to parents taking shortcuts through Pinery 40 to transport their children to school. The South Metro Fire District is in support of allowing a gate proposed at the east project boundary at Sestina Way to prohibit the public from using Pinery 40 as a shortcut to Fox Sparrow Road. The developer will work with Douglas County to limit public access east onto Sestina Way. Finally, speed reduction. Eyebrows and T intersections. To reduce vehicle speed through Pinery 40, as requested by the neighbors, Our team has incorporated eyebrows and roadway design, which will result in slower speeds when vehicles are required to maneuver 90-degree turns. Eyebrows also provide additional visibility to see children playing within the neighborhood. T intersections require vehicles to come to a complete stop condition before proceeding. Rezone criteria 2, 1520.02. Whether the amendment is consistent with the intent, efficient development, and preservation of the entire planned development. And this is our recap for that. So the Pinery 40 is intent and preservation of the Pinery character is to preserve natural terrain with homes tucked inside as they're seen through the Pinery. Roadways are designed for minimal scarring. Shire Meadows is compatible land use with similar architect and design standards to the Timber Subdivision 2. Shire Meadows is an efficient development by reducing traffic through existing neighborhoods, by utilizing South Pinery Drive as its primary point of access, by limiting cut-through traffic to Sistina Way on the east, and by incorporating speed reduction design elements. Rezone criteria 3, 1520.03, states whether the amendment will adversely affect the public's interest or enjoyment of the adjacent land. The Pinery filing number 22 and 23A currently have a meandering buffer of open space bordering Pinery 40. The existing open space buffer is typically 25 to 50 feet in width to provide good separation between the properties. As requested by the neighbors, Pinery 40 will provide an additional 25 feet minimum open space buffer along the north property boundary and a 50-foot minimum open space buffer along the south, east, and west property boundary. No fencing within the buffer is anticipated in order to enhance the open space buffer between the existing homes and Pinery 40. Within the proposed open space, pedestrian trails will be provided for pedestrian enjoyment and connectivity to nearby schools, parks, and neighborhoods. Preliminary trail design to pick pedestrian access from South Pinery Drive to filing 22 and 23A, and also to Bayou Gulch. Occasionally, it's anticipated to see a few golf carts using the trails. Existing homes adjoining the north property line currently enjoy an unobstructed views to the south, and they have requested their views to be protected. Pinery 40 generally slopes from the north to the south, at slopes raising from 5 to 20%. The highest roof peak elevation was determined, which would allow unobstructed views from the main floor of the neighboring lots to the north. To protect the views from the neighbors adjoining the north and the east, the highest roof peak for all proposed homes in PA 63A-1, as shown on the zoning map, shall be less than 25 feet in height above the average rear lot line elevation. The following two slides show cross-sections A and C as a typical example of the efforts made to protect existing home view lines. Cross-section A. Our proposed height restriction will provide an unobstructed view line to the south from their main floor vantage, as the house to the left is existing and the proposed house is the one to the right. Cross-section C, similarly, our proposed height restriction will provide an unobstructed view line to the south from their main floor vantage as well. So to recap, 1520.03, whether the amendment will adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment of the adjacent land. Shire Meadows will provide increased buffers around the perimeter of the property, trail connectivity throughout the site to the public parks, schools, and roadways, access to private parks, pedestrian connectivity to schools, parks, and South Pinery Parkway, and existing home views will be protected. 1520.4 states whether the sole purpose of the amendment is to confer a special benefit upon an individual. Pinery 40 is an infill development. We have presented our case that this amendment will benefit the Pinery community by having a land use that both blends in with the existing residential development and complements and improves the community with additional open space and trails. The purpose of this amendment is to provide continuity and land use along the southern edge of the Pinery, filing 22 and 23. A noticeable change in land use would be observed if the Shire Meadows is developed under the current 2.5 acre equestrian lot zoning. Other benefits by approving this rezone amendment would be obtaining in providing additional lots in Douglas County to help alleviate the housing shortage. Also, the construction industry would benefit, adding approximately $50 million in revenue. And finally, home sales are anticipated to be 1 million and 3 million, having a positive impact on land values in the area. A recap on 1520.04 is Pinery 40 will provide continuity in land use along the southern edge of Pinery Filing 22 and 23A and will blend into the existing community. Pinery 40 will complement the existing community with additional open space, trails, and parks for community use. We will provide additional housing in Douglas County. We will sustain jobs and add revenue to our construction industry, and we will increase property values for the neighborhood. 1520.05, for applications proposing an increase in the intensity of allowed land uses, including changes in densities, whether the amendment is consistent with the water supply standards in Section 18A, Water Supply Overlay District of this resolution. Shire Meadow Subdivision, AKA Pinery 40, is located within the Pinery Water and Sanitation District. The Pinery Water and Sanitation District has stated that it has sufficient water to supply Shire Meadow Subdivision with potable water and has sufficient capacity to treat sanitary sewer for Shire Meadow Subdivision as well. A water development fee will be required by Pinery Water and Sanitation District for additional lots requesting service. We also got the State Engineer's Office opinion. The Colorado State Engineer states, based upon the above and pursuant to sections 3028, 136, 1H1, and 3028, 136, 1H2, a Colorado revised statute, it is our opinion that the proposed water supply to adequate and can be provided without causing injury to decreed water rights. To recap 1520.05, for applications proposing an increase in intensity of allowed land uses, including changes in densities, whether the amendment is consistent with the water supply standards in Section 18A, Water Supply Overlay District of this resolution. The Pinery Water and Sanitation District has provided a will-serve letter and is able to provide potable water necessary for 45 single homes. The Colorado State Engineer states the proposed water supply is adequate in accordance with the state statute. 1520.06, whether the public facilities and services necessary to accommodate the proposed development will be available concurrently with the impact of such development. The 6 rezone criteria, I just read that. So to reply to that, we have 8-inch water mains presently exist on the west edge of the project site as South Pinery Drive and the east end of the site at Sestina Way. An existing 8-inch water main presently exists diagonally through the site and will be relocated with the final alignment of the proposed roadways. Sanitary sewer presently exists on the west end of the project site as the South Pinery Drive and the east end of the site of Sestina Way. Electric, gas, and communication infrastructure currently adjoins the Shire Meadows property and may provide service upon request. South Metro Fire Rescue and Excel have provided no objection letters for this proposal. The developer has agreed to pay cash in lieu to the Douglas County School District and Douglas County Parks for this development. Just a recap of 1520.06. Utility service providers have immediate hookup connections adjacent to the Pinery 40 property, and they're able to provide all necessary utilities for 45 single-family homes. And the Douglas County School District and SMFR are able to provide all necessary services for 45 single-family homes. And that's the South Metro Fire. Rezone criteria, this is the last one, 1520.07. Whether the roadway capacity is necessary to maintain the adopted roadway level of service for the proposed development will be available concurrently with the impact of such development. Shire Meadows will have its primary access onto South Pinery Drive, which connects to South Pinery Parkway. South Pinery Drive will be improved to Collector Street standards from Meadowview to the project site. The Colorado Horse Park concurrently utilizes this access for staff and customer parking. A T-intersection is proposed to provide smooth vehicular access to Shire Meadows and the Colorado Horse Park. A second point of access is proposed at the east end of Shire Meadows property onto Sistina Way. The developer will apply the emergency access only for Sistina Way in order to reduce easterly traffic onto the adjoining neighborhood. It was anticipated that the Sistina Way would be constructed through the Shire Meadows property, but the connection at the west end of the Pinery property was not supported by the adjoining neighbors due to an increase in traffic through their neighborhood. Traffic is always a concern with new developments. 7 existing nearby intersections along South Pinery Parkway, Foxborough Road, and South Pinery Drive were analyzed for the preparation of this traffic impact study. The traffic study for Shire Meadows concluded that there's no significant change in the level of service at existing intersections are expected as a result of this development. To recap 1520.07, primary access is onto South Pinery Drive, which will be a collector street and to be constructed. A second point of access, Sistina Way, which is an existing residential street, and traffic study states no significant level of service was anticipated. A Phase 1 drainage report has been submitted to Douglas County with this rezone application and found to be in compliance with the Douglas County Storm Drainage Criteria Manual. 3 on-site detention water quality ponds, A, B, and C, will be constructed to provide water quality and detention for the full spectrum storm event. We made the statement that the current zoning for Shire Meadows is not compatible with the surrounding urban housing developments. Under the current zoning with 2.5-acre lots, the site plan may look something like this. The current zoning allows not just for homes, but barns, equipment, horses, pigs, chickens, and other livestock sandwiched between the existing urban residential development. This type of farming equipment is known to bring consistent owners and insects that come with the manure. It also contributes to field mice that could go into existing home, barn cats, rattlesnakes, soil erosion, and runoff of pollutants that carry bacteria to our nearby waters of our nearby soil and water. We assert that this type of equestrian estate lot development is conflicting land use with urban development being a remnant in the Pinery Third Amendment. Consider 2.5-acre ranchettes with homes, barns, sheds, equipments, livestock, surrounded by 3 sides with urban-styled detached single-family homes having a 1/3 to 3/4 acre lots. The 2 living lifestyles may not be compatible for residents in either subdivision. Many neighbors and owners have stated they purchased their homes with the knowledge that Pinery 40 would be developed with horses living behind their property. But did the adjoining residents consider odors and insects resulting from the livestock? We've compiled a lot of new evidence since the Planning Commission meeting, and one of it is new evidence has been acquired from staff since the Planning Commission hearing that hundreds of complaints were received by Douglas County prior to many of the current homeowners moving to the Pinery when the Colorado Horse Park was in active use. Stockpiled manure from livestock was breeding large quantities of flies and insects. The residents were distraught by pests and dead insects stuck to their window screens. It should also be noted that 2.5 acres is substandard for providing adequate pasture for horses to graze. The minimum standard for providing adequate land for horses is 5 acres in Douglas County for grazing. Elbert County has recently raised their acreage to 10 acres. The result is requiring horse owners to store sufficient hay in a barn and outbuilding, and dried up dusty paddocks will result from horse grazing on approximately 1 acre of grass. Since the dissolution of the High Prairie Farms Horse Park, most of the planned equestrian trails have been eliminated. If equestrian estate lots are developed, equestrians will have to use the existing trails intended for pedestrians. Most equestrians have experienced the frightening and sometimes violent situations that occur when horses confront people or animals or dogs, golf carts, children, or pets in a confined space. Finally, recent studies have concluded that horses are social animals. Horses have a basic need to connect with others, and it is essential to their well-being and survival. Social animals have a basic need to connect with others, and I've put that sentence twice. I won't read it again. But there is a safety in numbers. The survival benefits of living in groups, including detecting and avoiding predators, finding food and water, and learning from others. Being alone is risky and can trigger an urgency to reunite, the fight or flight, or to shut down, freeze and fawn, for self-preservation. Horses may experience acute distress when they are separated from other horses, as stated by Robin Foster, PhD and certified animal behaviorist. It's just incompatible. To recap, there's a history of hundreds of complaints made to Douglas County concerning odors and insects from the CHP. 2.5 acres is just not enough for sufficient care for horses to graze. It's a dangerous situation that may arise from horses sharing trails with people and pets, and isolation is unhealthy for a boarding horse. We had several neighborhood meetings. We went above and beyond because we want to be a good neighbor. We live in the neighborhood, we live in the community, and we go and we take comments and we come back. And we wanted to discuss important issues and receive suggestions to develop the Pinery 40 property. This exhibits above dictates the changes implemented from public input. Several designs were discussed during 2023 and 2024 to decrease density, reduce traffic, provide additional open space, and trail connectivity. We have made a commitment to implement the following improvements to Shire Meadows resulting from public input. Our density, although the current zoning allows for 15 2.5-acre lots, the property is surrounded on 3 sides with 3/4 to half-acre lots and 8,000 to 10,000 square foot lots and filing 8A and 8B. Our initial submittal to Douglas County was made for 69 lots, ranging in size from 1/3 to 1/2 acre. We have committed to reduction to 45 lots with a minimum lot size to 1/2 acre. With traffic, Shire Meadows is a proposed infill development. Currently, Sistina Way contains dead-end streets at the east and west of Pinery 40. We discussed how to reduce and mitigate traffic resulting from additional homes. Our design team has proposed an acceptable alternative to direct the main entrance into South Pinery Drive and eliminate the proposed connection to Sistina Way, as talked about earlier. And then school drop-off traffic may increase traffic through West Sistina Way, so our design team met with South Metro Fire Department and received preliminary approval of a gate to be proposed at the east property line on Sistina Way. Douglas County thus far has not supported the gate, but we are committed to pursuing the concept through preliminary plat application with Douglas County. And then open space and trails. The Pinery filing number 22 and 23A currently have a meandering buffer of open space. The existing open space buffer is 25 to 50 feet in width, and we will provide an extra 25 feet. I did read this earlier, but we just wanted to get the point across that even though there already is a 25 to 50 foot buffer, we are adding an additional 25 to 50 foot buffer as well. We're not going to put fencing unless dictated by county or by staff in order to enhance the open space. And then within the open space, we are proposing soft trails to provide for pedestrians and access and enjoyment for connectivity throughout the neighborhood. We're also proposing 3 on-site parks, and they're proposed on our conceptual site plan to provide activity and outdoor enjoyment for the neighborhood. Specific amenities such as tot lots and picnic areas were designed and approved during the preliminary plat application process. 1/2 acre lots will be provided to provide adequate space between homes. Proposed roadways and building envelopes will be designed to fit on existing topography of the land to minimize grading and to minimize land scarring. Shire Meadows will provide drainage infrastructure in accordance with Douglas County Drainage Criteria Manual and the Mile High Flood District. Shire Meadows will participate in channel stabilization and improvements, cost-based and pro rata share of area tributary to Bayou Gulch. Shire Meadows will continue to include the Pinery community and neighborhood in the preliminary plat design process for input on open space and trails and other amenities benefiting the community. Basically, if we get accepted, we're not going to stop here with the community. We want to be a good neighbor. It's important for us to keep everyone in the loop and to get feedback and implement that feedback if it makes sense. So we will continue to work with the neighborhood and the neighbors to make this a suitable project for everyone. And then Shire Meadows will include special considerations for neighbors that may be impacted by the widening of South Pinery Drive to a minor collector street status. Special consideration may include privacy fencing, additional landscaping for screening and noise reduction, and shrubs along the existing fence line for additional sense of security. All work within the South Pinery right-of-way is subject to approval from Douglas County. Almost done, guys. So just to go above and beyond, we we didn't want our words to fall on deaf ears, so we created a good neighbor pledge agreement. And we presented it to the neighborhood at our last neighborhood meeting, and we executed it on November 21st, 2024. We made a promise to the community with these points and the things that we heard, and we wanted to put it in writing and execute it to know that we are a team player and we are a good neighbor, and we want to do this as a team. The Colorado Horse Park is a commercial property used as an equine veterinarian clinic located along the southern property of Shire Meadows. Parking and administrative buildings are situated on the south side. A 50-foot open space buffer is proposed along the south property line for Shire Meadows. The buffer will serve as a reasonable and adequate space between the livestock and proposed single-family residences. The existing commercial veterinary clinic is also sufficiently separated from the proposed single-family residence. So with our comprehensive master plan, although compliance with the comprehensive master plan is not one of the approval criteria for a PD amendment, the Pinery 40 proposal also meets the goals, policies, and objectives of the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. We have provided a discussion in the project narrative about the CMP, specifically Section 2, urban land use, and the Pinery separated urban area, which our site is located within. Allowing half-acre minimum lots. When it comes to policy 2-1A.2, we're allowing half-acre minimum lots within Shire Meadows that would ensure that the development aligns with existing urban fabric of the surrounding neighborhoods, minimizing disruption and preserving the integrity of the area. This approach not only maintains consistency with existing developments, but also prioritizes the completion of already urbanized areas rather than expanding into new undeveloped land. The next one, policy 2, and I'm just going to discuss the three policies. Policy 2-1B.1. Several neighborhood meetings with some of the Pinery HOA representatives and neighbors have occurred to discuss important issues and receive suggestions to develop the Pinery 40 property with neighborhood input, needs, desires, and concerns. And then policy 2-1C.3. The Douglas County PUD zone is the most flexible zoning contained in Douglas County zoning ordinance. The Pinery PUD has been a living, ever-changing document, having 30 major zoning amendments approved since 1994. Today, the Pinery 40 property remains undeveloped, creating a gap between Pinery filing number 22 and 23A. There's no continuity, there's no compatibility in this segment of existing housing developments. The Pinery PUD 31st Amendment reflects an infill land use that aligns with the vision of the architects and property owners at the time of the Pinery 5th Amendment was approved. It proposes 1/3 to 1/2 acre lots, preserving the intent and character of the surrounding community. All 7 criteria contained in the Douglas County Major Zoning Amendment has been addressed. We want to thank you as owners and businessmen living and working in Douglas County for over 30 years. We appreciate your support, and we're still here to work and be a good neighbor with the community. And finally, I'll just leave you with the zoning map that we've already looked at with Mr. Pasica. If there's any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. I'm going to just poll the board. Any need for a brief bio break? Are we okay to move forward?
Actually, that would be nice, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. Well, and I recognize we've been going strong since early this afternoon, and you all have been very patient with us as well. We'll pause here and come back with additional questions. We'll do about a 5-minute recess and reconvene. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your time there. We're going to reconvene and go ahead and begin with questions for the applicant. Again, we thank the applicant for the presentation. Let me ask the Board of County Commissioners any questions for staff or the applicant based on that presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So towards the applicant, fellas, thanks for coming in on this one. Okay, if I understood the gist of the assertion of compliance with 152001, whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the planned development, is the assertion is that when Pinery Fifth Amendment went through, excluding the Colorado Horse Park and this property, in the rest of the Pinery, that reset the standards, commitments, and intents then to include this the higher density development that we see in place now. I mean, is that essentially how you're asserting compliance with 152001?
Yes. You hear me?
We got you
Okay.
now.
Sorry, I couldn't hear myself. But yes, when the Fifth Amendment was approved, it restored the higher density to the Pinery community for over 2,200 homes to be constructed. And originally, the Pinery 40 property was within that density, and it was excluded on purpose by the owner of the Colorado Horse Park not to be included in the Fifth Amendment. And we have gained evidence that the Colorado Horse Park owner at that time actually did apply for rezoning the property to the density that's been approved with the rest of the PUD. That's new evidence that the Planning Commission requested that we did not have at that time, and we can expand on that topic if the commissioners request.
I'd like you to.
Helen Krebel was the owner of the Colorado Horse Park, and she and myself as an engineer, you can look at Sestina Way being proposed at both ends of the property. It was intended to be constructed through there. So why did Helen not include with that large developer that rezoned the property back? It was for her personal reasons that she wanted to pursue the rezoning, and she did apply for rezoning later in 2003 and again in 2014 because she wanted, her site plan actually proposed 56 lots on this 47-acre property, and it was always planned to be an infill development to blend in with filings 22 and 23. It was never intended to stay as a 15-acre equestrian lot center. And I'm going to probably stop it there, but we do have additional information that why Helen left before she completed that application.
Okay, so the assertion is the application wasn't finished because of Helen Krebel's death?
No, she actually, and I'm gonna go off here with some information that we've acquired, where Helen had actually encountered some tax issues, and I'm going to let James explain that because he studied that in more detail. Go ahead and state your name.
Hi, I'm James Marine, M-A-R-I-N-E, I live in Parker. After that Planning Commission meeting, a lot of it was hinged on what was Ms. Krebel's original intent, of which we didn't have a solid answer because she has since passed. And it was 15, that's what it is today, it's 15 equestrian lots. It was also read into the record, her attorney stating that it was always her intent to keep it 15 lots. Her attorney was Mr. John Evans. This is his application that he submitted on her behalf for 56 lots. of which I do have the exhibits, if you would like to see them, as well as his application.
Well, I guess, what happened to the application? Why did that rezoning not go through? Is there a formal record that staff can provide, or is there a record that you can provide?
Mike Pasika for staff is, the only record, those were just pre-submittal applications. There wasn't an actual formal rezone application received by the county.
Okay.
So as far as what her intentions were, which is what the planning commission kind of put on us, we have an exhibit from 2003 for the 56 lots, followed up with what she submitted in the pre-submittal application in 14. I'm hesitant to really talk about her. You know, she's passed, but she did get into issues with the state with taxes. I found articles where she said, I've had enough, and packed up and went back east. And it was as simple as that. And she sold the property to the person that we purchased the property from. And that was, I believe, early 15.
All right, okay.
Would the board like these exhibits?
I'm happy. I look for objections from my colleagues. I'm happy to have that entered into the record. I don't understand why not.
You know, errors of commission are usually better than errors of omission, so I think you're welcome to include it, and we'll have it as part of our review. So you are well free to approach. Jeff will take them and mark them as an exhibit. Additional questions for the applicant? Commissioner Till, any other on your line of questioning?
Those are my big ones right now. Go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do have some questions. It refers mainly, I guess, first, you mentioned an east gate potentially going in. I wasn't clear on what the east gate would look like, or what it'd be like, or just rehash the facts around the potential east gate on Sestino Way.
Well, during our meetings with the public, there was a lot of concern about traffic heading east and the desire for a gate. I approached, I approached the fire department and requested a gate, to which they asked why. It doesn't make sense, but I explained that the public was wanting one to limit access. And they did give that approval, which is the hard part. But the county is not in support of it. Public Works, I'm sorry. But we're not at the design phase of things. That would come during the next phases as to what it would look like. But the fire department told me they would like a Knox box for emergency access. That's basically a key box next to the gate.
So just in general concept, the road would be built and then a gate would be not padlocked, but permanently close that road off 24/7. The
other option is looking at an Opticon. That's when those flashing lights on emergency vehicles will activate a gate, a powered gate.
But otherwise, the gate would be closed 24/7.
Right.
That's kind of the idea. So there'd be one access in and out on the
Correct.
on the west side, potentially, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, my other questions are surrounding that same kind of Sestino Way on that southwest side. It seems like the closest house is largely that lot 22. If you could go back to kind of the community layout plan, almost a Google Earth view. More that actually shows the potential lots. There, that will work. Now, it looks like that pocket park number 3 kind of takes care of the closeness on the most southern part. But there's no pocket park on the north side of that road, and that lot 22 does look rather close to the house.
Which one?
The farthest southeast potential lot, I think it's 22.
Southeast? This one? That's west.
On west. Over here?
Yeah, that one right there.
What was the question?
Now, the question is, I believe that was the lot that was shown to be, that's not going to impede any views to the west, because that house there would be dramatically lower than the current home on Sestina Way that it backs up to.
Let me, which one's this?
Just a quick glance at Google Earth here, it looks like that land is
This
either.
guy here? Well, I
Yep.
did the cross sections.
Okay,
And so what that's based on, I don't know if you're familiar with that, but we took the topographic survey. I create an alignment line, and that establishes the path of eyesight, essentially.
sure.
And so I used their elevation of their house right here from what would be essentially their first level. And so the topography dips down to the property line and then starts to climb back up this way.
Okay, so that house would be kind of down, it would be down lower
Yes.
than what it appears on from above.
And then again, that's also a couple hundred feet apart.
Between those two, the potential, that
There
home and
and
that?
there, yes.
It's hundreds of feet?
Yes. I think our closest was this one, if I'm not mistaken. And that was like 175 feet.
Oh, okay, I was under the impression it was 50 or,
No,
50 or
we
less.
have that's the buffer, so that's 50 feet itself.
okay. Okay, there's more room there than I first anticipated then. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my immediate questions regarding Sestina Way. Oh, I do have one more, I'm sorry. The current cul-de-sac, would that be straight, that would remain widened right
Here?
there? Yes, correct?
You know, honestly, that would just come during the planning phases.
Okay,
I don't see any reason to rip it out and replace it, you know, it's,
yeah, okay. Well,
yeah,
that's
that's a public works question.
yeah. Okay, well, those were my immediate questions.
Okay, well, thank you, commissioners. I want to go back to the referral comments, and it's on page 1,139 of the packet. I anticipate that much of the public comment we'll hear tonight will be associated with the neighborhood concerns around noise, traffic, wildlife, soils, things of that nature. And the specific comments made by the HOAs, specifically the Pinery HOA, they had a couple of concerns included in the reference letter. So increase in the number of units, open space and trails, erosion mitigation and costs, wildlife concerns. And then we also saw some additional comments from the associated HOA around density, traffic, height, buffer zones, irrigated turf. So, and you had some responses to those. Can you articulate that for the record?
Yes. So with regards to wildlife, I think that was an important one that was brought up, that this is actually was described by many neighbors as a wildlife corridor. And the Pinery PUD actually defines the wildlife corridor basically as the golf course for Pinery community. And this development in general is natural terrain with homes tucked inside. So the natural terrain and the large lots give ample open space for wildlife to continue, living in this area. In addition to that, we have drainage ways from the offsite properties which come through our development, and those will remain open space, and we have additional setbacks set from those existing tributaries, so that there is a wide gap of undisturbed open space through the property. With regards to traffic, I think we've addressed that, and we have our traffic engineer here today if we'd like to talk more about that topic. But the main concern was not the traffic generated from 45 homes. It was generated from parents driving their kids to school and using a shortcut on the east end of the project through Sestina Way. There is, I understand, a large line that waits to drop off kids at the middle school and the elementary today, and we worked with the adjoining neighbors to try to reach a resolution, and that's when the whole gate issue was discussed and surprisingly acceptable to the South Metro Fire Rescue. Is there any other specific items that you'd like me to expand upon that's contained from the HOA comments? Because they talk about density. I think that if you look at the density of the surrounding properties, this is an infill subdivision, and we are proposing actually less density than what is currently on 3 sides of this property today. We are below 1 DU per acre. I believe the existing density in 22 and 23 is 1.3 dwelling units per acre. We've listened to the neighbors, and we've complied with their request to reduce the density for this property. I think we had originally proposed something almost identical to their density, and we hit around 63 homes at that time. Again, we're trying to be good neighbors, and we're trying to comply with the requests and work with them to be good neighbors, and we've reduced it down to 45 units now today.
Originally 63, and now you're at 45. What was the original density that you were looking for?
Oh, we actually, our initial meeting with just representatives on an informal basis, we proposed 8 to 10,000 square foot lots, similar to filings 8A and 8B, which is down to our southwest, and that was not accepted very well at all. We immediately dropped it down to something more compatible with existing filings 22 and 23, and I had, 2 or 3 neighbors come up to me and say, density is still an issue for me, and that was at 63 units at 1.3 DUs per acre, and we knocked it down again, and we said, you know what, this is going to be a high quality product, and it's going to have, beautiful homes on it. Let's propose half-acre lots as our minimum standard and make it consistent throughout our development.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. In your response on that same referral, you talk about, and I'm concerned about the traffic component, but you said that the traffic study states that no level of service impacts will occur as a result of the development.
That's correct.
So, and I recognize that you have your experts here. Is that something that staff has reviewed and can confirm?
I'll ask that our county traffic engineer address that.
Great.
Stephen, would you like to join me up here? There's Stephen Simon. Oh, there he is.
Chris Martin for engineering staff, and we have studied the report and find that the levels of service resulting are acceptable levels of service. I did not go through to see if one dropped, but they're all in the acceptable levels.
The traffic levels are within the acceptable levels. Okay.
Correct.
And then again for staff, so I'm hearing that there's been a massive density drop, and now the assertion is that the current density is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. So in terms of compatible adjacencies, what is the current density compared to this proposed development?
Mike Pasika for staff. I don't have the exact number, but it's very similar. I'd say to the west, it's less dense than what's existing. and it's extremely similar to what is to the north and to the east, generally half-acre to three-quarter-acre lots.
Okay. I am a sucker for visual renderings because I think this demonstrates to me, at least conceptually, where you would want to end up. And I'm having a hard time seeing how the proposed design now at this density level is incompatible or inconsistent with the characteristics of the adjacent neighborhood. Now, I recognize that what used to be open field, open space would not be there anymore, and that may be perhaps the most significant concern. I'll look forward to hearing from the citizens on that, but I think it's helpful to see this. The other thing that you mentioned too, you said that the architectural standards will match the timber's design standards. So we're talking about architectural uniformity as well, is that true?
That's exactly our goal, and we have made that clear to the neighborhoods at every neighborhood meeting. You know, there are new materials and more advancement in architectural design that could be considered, but our goal is to, as Chris stated in the presentation, when you drive through this subdivision, you won't know that you're entering a new subdivision when you leave this one. They'll look the same.
Okay, I don't have any questions now, and I know it's getting later in the evening. I'll ask the board any other questions or discussion points. Okay, with that, I would like to open it up for citizen comment, and again, thank you all for your patience with this process today.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We do have a sign-in sheet, and I'm going to ask if you are, let me just make some preliminary comments. So each individual will have 3 minutes. If you represent an HOA, you'll have 6. It would be most helpful for us if you will line up. I'll provide the first 10 names. If you can just line up at the podium, state where you're from, your name and where you're from, and then you can begin your comments. The other thing I might reiterate too is if you hear something that you have already agreed with or that might be duplicitous, it's not necessary to restate something that we have already heard, but I defer to you. This is, you know, your hearing room, not ours. If you want to repeat something, you're welcome to do that. But I would just ask that you're able to respect the time of your fellow citizens this evening. So with that, I'll call the first 10 names. So we have D. McCormick, Nancy Salmons, Jen, is it Jen Schultz? Oh, perfect, okay, Eric Jensen. And go ahead and make your way up. Victoria Depp, Ed Lickman, Tom Bozeman, and Greg Watanabe. Let's start right there. And Dee, go ahead.
My name is Dee McCormick. I live in the Timbers. Commissioners, Pinery 40 LLC indicates that the 47 acres were overlooked or forgotten in the plan for the Timbers development. They ask why Helen didn't develop it if that was her intention. Helen Kriebel, the original owner of the Colorado Horse Park, purchased that land to build a premier horse show venue. Helen's intention was to develop the 47 acres as an additional part of a unique equestrian niche in Douglas County. If you go to half-acre lots, you've destroyed the ability to have the equestrian flavor incorporated here. She worked for over 2 years with Douglas County to secure that land and its zoning as equestrian estates. Then, with that zoning in place, she moved back to Connecticut to be closer to kids and grandkids, the very same reason that I moved to Colorado. And this is referenced in interviews, in magazine articles. Those are her words as to why she moved back to Connecticut, not what you may have heard earlier. I'm going to read a portion of a declaration from John Evans, Helen Kriebel's attorney. This is dated October the 9th of 2023, 9 years after this supposed 56 lot submission. So 9 years later, these are John Evans' words, and I'm only going to read a portion of his letter because it is in your packet. He is a partner in Evans Law Group, former Colorado State Senator, and written under the penalty of perjury. In Part 4, this declaration is to clarify and demonstrate that the property known as PA 63, the 47 acres north of the main Colorado Horse Park facility, zoned for 15 equestrian estate lots of 2.5 acres each by Helen Kriebel, owner of the Colorado Horse Park, was not an oversight when other property was sold to the Timbers Development. Helen Kriebel had strong feelings about the zoning and had intent to someday develop it. Helen Kriebel intentionally did not participate in the Pinery PD Amendment Change Number 5, which created the Timbers Development. Her lack of participation was not an oversight, as has been stated by the new Pinery 40 LLC ownership. Helen's intent was to have a natural transition from the Timbers to an operational horse park entity and had always planned a 15-lot, 2.5-acre equestrian estate development, which would be a complement to and be complemented by the Colorado Horse Park. This is the same intent presently held by a large
And ma'am, your
majority
time
of
has
the
expired.
Timbers
If you can wrap
owners.
up.
I'm done.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing that with us. Nancy.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Nancy Salmons. I live in Parker, Colorado. I moved here to Colorado from New Jersey in 1986. In 2002, my family moved into the Timbers, which is a master plan community, which we were very happy about. And the house I bought on Tohey Road backed up to the pastures, which is the 45 acres. I knew that the land had already been plotted, planned, and accepted, so I wasn't worried, as I knew the luxury equestrian estates of 15 2.5-acre lots fit into this surrounding area and was accepted. I became a realtor in 2003. I work in the South Metro Denver area, Parker, and specifically the Timbers. I started riding at 6, and I've been a member of the horse community since, especially the Colorado Horse Park community. I was a contestant in their first horse show at the park, and that was in 1992. I boarded and trained my horse there and competed in many horse shows at the horse park. Had a wonderful time. Helen Kriebel never forgot the land. She always had the intent of getting the acreage approved with specific intent of 15 2.5 luxury equestrian estate lots. She spent a lot of time, effort, energy, and of course money, and she also donated 263 acres south of Bayou Gulch to Douglas County Open Spaces so she could get this project approved and developed. There are other properties that are nearby and are very compatible with this 2.5-acre equestrian luxury lots. The first one is the Colorado Golf Course. They have 22 2.5-acre lots that 18 of them are reserved by the developers, and 18 out of 22, and they reserved for the builders, and it's called Riata Ridge. Its finished product will sell $2.5 million over, depending on the finishes and how much they cost. High Prairie and Misty Pines are number 2 and 3 of the compatible areas, very close to this 45 acres. 2.5-acre lots sell well. According to Denver Metro List, the MLS, those neighborhoods are in a seller market. There are low days on the market, and there is a very, very close percentage of median closed price to median list price. I think it's about 95-96% of list price. Again, this luxury equestrian estate will develop and sell well, and it fits the area. Helen never forgot this land and always meant to develop it. She spent a lot of time, money, effort, and the donation of 263 acres to Douglas County to get it done. So thank you for your time and consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Jen Schultz.
So I'm on a 6-minute?
Yes, you represent the High Prairie Farms HOA? Yep.
Roger that.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jen Schultz. I'm the president of High Prairie Farms 1A Homeowners Association. I'm here to share our board's perspective regarding the proposed rezoning of the 47-acre equestrian parcel and clarify statements previously made by the developer. High Prairie Farms is a community just south of South Pinery Parkway from the proposed rezoning location. Our HOA comprises roughly 190 acres of equestrian estates, with an additional 43 acres of associated open space. These trails and open space are maintained by High Prairie Farms Metro District. High Prairie Farms represents a community that has carefully balanced the benefits of equestrian land use with responsible and harmonious residential living. Let's first address the developer's misleading claims about the impact of equestrian land use, suggesting that current zoning would lead to disruptive conditions involving farm animals and other livestock. This is simply not reflective of how our community operates. High Prairie Farms has a long-standing, proven system for responsibly accommodating horse ownership. Our HOA covenants strictly regulate and support equestrian requirements in a way that prioritizes cleanliness, safety, and compatibility with residential living. Our covenants explicitly prohibit animals such as pigs and cows. Only horses are allowed, and even then with clear limitations. Our regulations include mandatory barn sizes, individual stalls for each horse, and restrictions on outdoor paddock sizes and locations. Grazing is prohibited, and we require property owners to follow strict protocols for manure storage, runoff control, and erosion management. These rules have allowed us to maintain a clean, odor-free, and well-organized community where residents and horses can coexist seamlessly. Recent inquiries from 2 prospective homeowners confirmed that our potential buyers find our equestrian policies clear, appealing, and manageable. The assertion that the current zoning would result in livestock-related issues is unfounded and shows a lack of understanding about how similar communities responsibly manage equestrian properties. Let's now address the bridle trail system and the existing community connectivity. Our HOA includes a 3-mile looped, fenced bridle trail easement. Every property in High Prairie Farms contains a well-maintained bridle trail easement with access to our HOA's looped bridle trail, which is directly connected through a path which is built under South Pinery Parkway through the subject 47-acre parcel to the Colorado Horse Park for a total of 5 miles of bridle trails. This continuous bridle trail system is a substantial resource and a vital feature of our community, providing access to open space, outdoor activities, and connections to neighboring properties. The developer's statement that the services and connectivities with the horse park are no longer available to homeowners is incorrect. In fact, the current rezoning proposal would sever the connections of the trail network and severely diminish desirable community amenities that enhance the quality of life and property values for our residents. And finally, let's address the zoning preservation of the subject 47-acre parcel as codified in the major rezoning approval criteria that emphasizes maintaining the character and continuity of the surrounding community. This 47-acre parcel is, as planned, the ideal housing density and land use buffer between the Timbers Homes and the Colorado Horse Park, and it fulfills CMP Goal 26. High Prairie Farms strongly advocates for preserving the current zoning of the 47-acre equestrian parcel, which aligns with the established character and vision of our broader neighborhood. We have the world-renowned Colorado Horse Park facility, which is a cornerstone of our community, offering unparalleled access to equestrian activities. Our residents can ride their horses directly from their properties onto the extensive trail networks, eliminating the need for trailering and enhancing the equestrian lifestyle. And visually, we have 9.5 miles of white horse fencing that encompasses this community's entrance. We have horse statues in 2 locations along South Pinery Drive, and both the Colorado Horse Park and High Prairie Farms signage have prominent equestrian logos. Helen Kribling established equestrian zoning for this land. This was not an oversight, as the developer theorized. Rezoning this 47-acre equestrian parcel would undermine the original vision and fracture the continuity that has been a defining feature of our community for decades. In conclusion, High Prairie Farms stands as a real example of what this 47-acre equestrian parcel was intended to be: 15 equestrian estate properties. Equestrian land use can and does coexist with residential development. Our covenants ensure a clean, safe, and enjoyable living environment. Our extensive bridle trail network connects us to the greater community. The developer's claims do not reflect our reality and should not be used to justify rezoning. I urge the Board of County Commissioners to consider the long-term impact of severing our trail connections and compromising the equestrian heritage that defines Douglas County. We appreciate your thoughtful consideration and trust you will act in the interest of both preserving the historically significant area of equestrian use and respecting the unified voice of our community. Thank you for your attention and dedication to our county's legacy and future.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Eric Jensen.
Hello, I'm Scott Salmons, and I'm presenting for Eric Jensen. So I've lived with my family in the Parker and Franktown area since 1982, and over the years I've witnessed a lot of change in Douglas County as it's gone from a rural agricultural community into a more densely populated, somewhat urban area. I've also been very actively involved in the horse industry with a wide range of disciplines. I oppose this rezone amendment. It's not consistent with Helen Kriebel's vision, nor is it good for the horse industry in Douglas County. Helen Kriebel did not build a horse park, but she had a great vision for it. I served on the board for several years, so I can speak firsthand of her commitment. She acquired the horse park shortly after its construction and worked tirelessly to make it one of the premier horse facilities in the Western United States. It is a vital thread in the fabric of Douglas County. Facilities like the horse park don't exist in isolation. It thrives because of individual horse owners and breeders and trainers and facilities throughout the county. Together, these properties provide critical economic benefits and support businesses like feed stores, tack shops, lumber yards, truck and trailer dealerships, and on and on. The Colorado Horse Park itself has over 800 events May through September, draws people from all over the nation, and supports businesses such as hotels and gas stations and restaurants. However, to me, the most important benefit of the horse industry is its role in preserving open space at no cost to the public. Without tax incentives or government contributions, thousands of acres are shielded from development due to this private stewardship. This intricate fabric of small property owners, large trainers, barns, and the Colorado Horse Park is what sustains the equestrian community here. It also has made Douglas County such a wonderful place to live. Undermining this fabric threatens to erode the horse industry and the very quality of life that people seek as they move to Douglas County. Some might say, what's a few more lots? But it leads us into death by 1,000 cuts. It matters. The rezoning is significant to the residents of the Timbers. It matters. It matters to the horse park itself, which is a continuing, thriving business right now. Through deed and action, it continues to host horse shows. It matters the preservation of the equestrian identity, and it matters to maintaining Douglas County's culture and image as we hope to maintain it and preserve it. Thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you so much. Victoria Depp.
That's me. Gentlemen, my name is Victoria Deppy, and I live at 5707 Wildberry Court in Parker. And I'd like to begin my comments today by talking about bees. The National Wildlife Federation estimates that 1/3 of our food supply is dependent on pollination performed specifically by bees. CSU has identified bee colony collapse due to the destruction of habitat as an issue here in Colorado. This variance, if granted, will result in significantly more permanent habitat destruction for bees and other wildlife. For this and many other reasons, I was one of the 87% of Douglas County voters who supported a referendum to commit tax dollars to preserve our open spaces in 2022. Retaining this parcel as open space would be ideal, but the county should, at a minimum, preserve the current zoning. My family is one of thousands who have made our home in the Pinery, the Timbers, and High Prairie Farms. These are covenant-controlled communities that, together with Shire Meadows, are part of a decades-old, highly sought-after planned development. The price we paid for our homes was based on the expectation, consistent with Section 1520, that existing zoning and not that of the surrounding neighborhoods would govern this parcel. Excuse me. Granting this variance would undermine the intent and preservation of the planned development, adversely affect the public interest, and basically amount to a transfer of our equity to the balance sheet of the developer. And so it violates paragraphs 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Section 1520. But there's a bigger question before us today than how many homes should be allowed here. And it's whether the board will honor the values we as a community have expressed, not just through petitions, opinion polls, or social media comments, but through our democratically elected representatives, by referenda, and with our tax dollars. The precedent set by approving this request would not only be detrimental to the environment and the neighborhoods in the immediate vicinity, it will affect every family in Douglas County because it will impact the trust we have in the county's planning process. Gentlemen, please stand for the values that have made Douglas County the very special place we all call home. And please deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steffi. We have Ed Lickman.
Good afternoon. My name is Ed Lickman, L-I-K-M-A-N, and I live at 5750 Regal Oak Lane in Parker. I'm the president of the Timbers T30A HOA, and I represent 23 homeowners in my subdivision.
Sir, would you like a full 6 minutes since you represent? Okay, let's do
Probably
that.
won't use all 6, but
Okay,
give me 6
thank
on
you.
the counter.
Okay.
My wife and I have lived in the Timbers for about 7.5 years. Speaking on behalf of my HOA members, we are opposed to changing the existing zoning, which currently provides for the 2.5-acre equestrian building lots. When we relocated to Colorado in 2017, my wife and I were seeking a suburban community which provided custom homes on large lots. We were seeking open space, access to recreational facilities, and proximity to farms and ranches. We also wanted to be near Denver and the airport. Our objectives were very similar to those of the people that I represent. We spent about a year researching communities in Denver, Jefferson, Arapahoe, and Douglas counties. And when we first turned off Parker Road and headed up South Pinery Parkway, we were immediately drawn to the Colorado Horse Park paddocks, the iconic white fencing, the magnificent ponderosa pines of the Timbers. It felt as if we had entered a special place, and it had been tailored to our objectives. We knew we found what we were looking for. And like our neighbors, we fell in love with the abundant open space, the miles of paved walking paths, and the beautiful Bayou Gulch Park, which overlooks the horse park and the entire Front Range. There's nothing like it in this county, and there's probably nothing like it in the state. We marveled at the playing fields, the playgrounds, and the expansive paddocks, which are so uniquely integrated into this amazing community. But before we purchased our home, we questioned what might become of the horse park should it cease to exist. We took comfort in the fact that should the horse park property be sold or subdivided, that it was pre-zoned for 2.5-acre equestrian lots. It was and is our reasonable expectation that this specific residential zoning would be maintained. That zoning reflects a thoughtful and long-term vision on the part of the horse park owners and county planners to preserve the open, rural, and equestrian objective of the property. This played a part in our decision to purchase our home. The members of my HOA are regularly out enjoying the natural and man-made beauty of our neighborhood. Most of us are not horse owners. In fact, most of us are not horse riders. But that doesn't mean we do not thoroughly enjoy being part of an equestrian community where we can marvel at the beauty of the animals and the lifestyle of those who do. In this regard, we feel that our community is exceptional as it affords us the opportunity to enjoy the natural beauty, the open spaces, and the equestrian heritage of this part of Douglas County. While I'm disappointed that 47 acres of beautiful pastures surrounded by white fences will ultimately be developed, I take comfort in the fact that the existing zoning provides for a maximum of 15 equestrian estates. Not surprisingly, the developer wants the zoning changed to allow greater density. I'm surmising he has calculated a higher profit margin if he can triple the number of building lots in this space. The developer wants you to think that 900 of my neighbors are naive and wanting to preserve the existing zoning. He wants us to believe greater density is preferable to less density, and that 15 building lots would become 15 smelly ranchettes with ugly barns and outbuildings. He says there will be lots of flies buzzing around and people on horses terrorizing the walkers. That future vision could not be further from what we believe would be the case. We feel that 15 estates would enhance the existing equestrian design of the western edge of the Timbers and provide a beautiful and logical residential transition from the Horse Park facility itself to the Timbers and Douglas County Park space. The county commissioners have a decision to make, weighing the financial objectives of the developer against preserving the aesthetics, the investment, and the reasonable expectations of the surrounding homeowners. The developer will make a profit, whether it's 15 homes or 45. He's made a bet, with risk, that Douglas County leadership will overturn the decision of the planning board so he might make a higher profit on greater density. On behalf of my fellow HOA members, I respectfully ask the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to uphold the unanimous vote of the planning board to deny this rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I know we've got Tom Bozeman, Greg Watanabe. Let's go ahead and have Russ Rogers. Looks like Russ Rogers signed up twice. We'll just do one Russ Rogers unless there's two of those. Mark Balderstein, Margaret Malloy, Philip Buck, Giselle McDonough, Sheldon Irish, Bill Pickle, and Kelly Betichon. And we'll go back up to Tom Bozeman. Tom?
There's a reason I signed up twice. I'm representing an HOA, and I also wish to speak as an individual.
You know, I think our preference is pick one.
Well, certainly would be as an HOA.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's try to get it to 6 minutes.
Okay, but there are definitely some key points.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Russ Rogers. I live on Towhee Road. I'm the Vice President of Timbers Filing 22 Homeowners Association, which is the
And Russ, I'm
neighborhood-
sorry, before you get going, we had Tom Bozeman and Greg Watanabe before you. I don't know if are they still here? Okay, we'll grab those guys and then Mr. Rogers will jump right in with you, if that's okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, no problem, we appreciate that. Mr. Watanabe.
Commissioners, I will be speaking on behalf of Richard Myers, who is the president of HOA Filing 23.
Okay, and I'm just going to refer, we don't normally do this, so counsel, any issue with people speaking on behalf of others?
Well, no, we have an individual testify for themselves, so there, you can't testify in someone else's place.
Yeah, I think that happened earlier. Let's just be clear, if you're testifying, you need to testify on behalf of yourself.
Okay. Greg Watanabe, I live in Parker, in the Timbers, adjacent to the property in question. 2 years ago, when my wife and I moved into the Timbers, we checked the area very carefully that was behind us, which is the open area in question. We were assured, we even came down to the commission office here in this building, and were told about the one house per 2.5 acres as the limitation. And we, as has been expressed before, as we looked at the views from the back of our house and the property that was open, even if it was going to be developed, which we could see a lot of development in the Parker area, we were comforted by the fact that the zoning commission here in Castle Rock said that it was 1 per 2.5. We attended all of the meetings, I believe there were 3 of them for community meetings, which classified as several, and we're a little bit confused and confounded by what we heard during, particularly the first meeting. Shock and awe comes to mind when we heard that there was an initial request for 130 homes to be built on that space behind our house, which is far from the one for 2.5 acres. We quite honestly, after sitting through 2 of the meetings with the developers, had questions about overall integrity with the information that we were being provided as a community and being able to provide input to the questions that were being raised to the developers. I would ask that the commissioners give very careful thought to the documents that had been prepared by the Planning Commission. That was a 6-0 vote, and there was valid reason why they upheld the community position of limiting the development to what the developers knew was 1 for 2.5 acres going in. I've been a businessman most of my life, and you take a gamble when you do that. I think they probably overstepped what they were getting into. With that, thank you, commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Watanabe. So with that, Mr. Rogers. Thank you. Thank you. And let's do 6 minutes.
This would be it, yes. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Russ Rogers. I live on Towhee Road. I am the Vice President of Timbers Filing 22 Homeowners Association, which is the neighborhood directly north of Shire Meadows. I will first be speaking on behalf of Amy Alderton, who is our president, who is out of town on business and unable to be here. We, the board and residents of Timbers Filing 22, strongly object to the major rezoning requested by Pinery 40 LLC. 20 of our 133 homes are directly adjacent to Shire Meadows, more than any other HOA. We have distilled our concerns to the following 5 most significant points. Number 1, stormwater runoff and environmental impact. There are already significant issues with stormwater runoff in the Timbers Creek area. Heavy rain exacerbates the damage, and the situation is only worsening. Despite the severity of these problems, there are no plans for remediation of the southwest portion of Timbers Creek. The proposed development to triple the currently allowed density will only worsen these issues. The developer conducted a drainage study using his own company, an obvious conflict of interest. The report relies on the assumptions of the draining onto the Colorado Horse Park land, despite no agreements being made with the horse park. Without a reasonable drainage report or plan, we strongly urge the commission to deny the rezoning request based on that alone. Number 2, that this development is incompatible with the equestrian community. The developers claim that the project will match the architecture and feel of the neighborhood Timbers is misleading. The current zoning established development standards to complement the horse park to the south, not the neighborhoods to their north. This zoning was carefully crafted as part of the overall Pinery SUA to preserve and perpetuate the equestrian heritage of our community. The Colorado Horse Park, Bayou Gulch, Two Bridges, and High Prairie Farms are central to our region's equestrian identity. Forming a hub for equestrian activities, education, and events. To replace this equestrian zoning with residential estates is not only inappropriate, but it also undermines the long-standing equestrian heritage that has shaped this community. The currently zoned equestrian estates are not only in keeping with their surroundings, they are an integral part of the broader vision for this area. Detention ponds are included disguised as pocket parks. The developer has touted the inclusion of 3 pocket parks with the new development. These are truly not parks. They are detention ponds dressed up with landscaping. The detention ponds are designed to manage stormwater runoff, and while they have some aesthetic features, they are not intended for recreational use. Frankly, we don't need any more pocket parks. We have Bayou Gulch Regional Park in our backyard. Number 4, the current zoning is more consistent with the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan. The development of the 47 acres as equestrian estates under the current zoning aligns perfectly with the Douglas County Master Plan. Specifically, Goal 2-1 emphasizes the improving existing infrastructure to support healthy living, reduce vehicle miles traveled, maintain air quality, and conserve open spaces. The existing zoning supports this by providing access to miles of existing horse trails, promoting both health and environmental sustainability without the need for trailering. Goal 2.5 calls for the development that complements the natural and historic landscape. The proposed residential development would disrupt the rural equestrian landscape and conflict with the historical context of the area, which has been centered around equestrian use and open space. Goal 2.6 seeks compatibility between the residential and non-residential land uses. The proposed development of 45 horse houses directly adjacent to the horse park is not a suitable transition. The current zoning for equestrian estates would better preserve the integrity of both the residential and equestrian areas. Number 5, this zoning is in violation of Douglas County zoning requirements for planned development. The proposed rezoning does not meet several major amendment approval criteria set forth in Douglas County zoning resolutions, particularly 152001 and 152002, which ask whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and intent and preservation of the original plan development. The current zoning was crafted with a clear intent of preserving the equestrian nature of the area, which was a key factor in many of our residents' decisions to purchase homes here. Changing this zoning undermines the original intent and would disrupt the cohesive development vision for this area. 152003 asks whether the amendment will adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment of adjacent land. The development will have severe negative impacts on Timbers Creek, the horse park, the local environment, making this rezoning request harmful to the broader community. In conclusion, based on the numerous deficiencies in the proposed drainage plan, the environmental risks, the incompatibility with the equestrian nature of the surrounding area, and the inconsistency with both the Douglas County Comprehensive Master Plan and zoning regulations, we respectfully request our commissioners to deny this zoning request. Our HOA board voted unanimously to oppose this, and all homeowners adjacent or with direct line of sight signed a survey to oppose this. We have heard only opposition to this rezoning from our HOA homeowners. The development as proposed would negatively affect our community, environment, and local heritage, and we strongly believe should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we've got,
Possibly later, we could ask Commissioner, I believe I spoke for the HOA board. I believe I have the right to make a statement sometime as a homeowner as well.
Council?
We do limit speakers to one, so.
Pardon?
You are limited to one, to choose one, who you're speaking for.
I'm limited to one?
Yes.
Thank you.
But thank you, sir. We appreciate it. So we'll move to Mark Balderstein. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Mark Balderston, B-A-L-D-E-R-S-T-O-N. I live on the north side of the 47 acres in the Timbers Filing 22. When we moved here over 3 years ago, my wife and I were attracted to this mature, established community with a daily feeling of living in the beautiful nature of the Mountain West. We found our home in the Timbers with mountain views, open spaces, ponderosa pines, and horse trails. And we would be practically next door to the Colorado Horse Park, where they had horses roaming the paddocks and in exciting equestrian events throughout the summer, which my wife, her and I both enjoy immensely. We're both Colorado natives. I grew up in the ranching and farming community myself, and so did my wife. All of this encompassed the quality of style of life we were looking for, as we both came from that background. The existing layout of the Pinery development, with its zoning already in place, gave us the confidence to buy our home here. We weren't at all worried about the redevelopment of that property other than what it was intended to be as a horse property. Mr. Hall indicated that major rezoning of the 45 home development would be best transition for the existing neighbors and the Colorado Horse Park. However, a better transition would be a horse-type property transitioning into the horse park that's currently there. It was also highlighted that the worst-case scenarios of odors, bugs, and risk of injury due to proximity of horses and riding on already established neighborhood horse paths, but this was being ignored, that the fact when residents purchase their homes there, they're well aware of all this in our neighborhood. Being from that background, I had no worries at all. In fact, we had no issues with bugs or animals or anything else. The biggest issue I have is all the white-tailed deer that come through our yard all the time, which we adore immensely. One of the biggest herds in Colorado, and I worry for their livelihood as the wasting disease in our neighborhood is quite high. With all that being said, I'll just call it good there. Everything else has been said already. My wife and I love the neighborhood. We want to preserve it as is. We beg you to please uphold the intent that was placed in the original zoning requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Balderstein. So we've got Margaret Malloy. Is Margaret Malloy still here? Hello, welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm Margaret Malloy. It's Molloy. I live on Saddle Creek Trail in High Prairie Farms. I'm here to ask you to retain the equestrian zoning. I'm a Colorado native and moved to High Prairie Farms 24 years ago, very specifically because I could have a barn, I could put a horse in it, my daughter could ride on the trails and at the horse park, which she did. She was a state champion in it. It's a wonderful character building activity for any kids. It's a fabulous thing. When we moved here, I hired an attorney to research the zoning, and we also called the county and understood what was planned for the land that we're talking about now. I grew up in rural Greenwood Village when it was rural, and that, with Cherry Hills, is some of the most desirable properties in the Denver metro area. I sold my parents' home 2.5 years ago for $1 million over the appraised value, cash. I had 3 cash offers because of the rural environment that we had preserved, and we worked hard to do that. We stopped roads from going through the communities that would have wrecked that kind of attitude. My mother was on city council for years, and we worked on zoning and planning to preserve that. And so if the concern is from the developers that they won't make enough money if we develop it as it is envisioned in the zoning today, my guess is you probably could. And my guess is that the change to the zoning only benefits the developers. And I think that's against the rules. It can't benefit an individual. So, by the way, little fact check here. Horses out on the prairie require all that land in order to graze and survive. We don't really graze horses in most of the Front Range as all their food. They get food. We feed the horses. We bring in hay. We bring in whatever we need to bring them. Secondly, the smells. Now, I grew up in Greenwood Village, and I can't really remember any horses smelling. I mean, these are 2.5-acre lots. I think I would have smelled it if it was going to smell bad, and they didn't. Snakes. The snake problem we have with rattlesnakes is on the west side of Parker Road on the Cherry Creek Trail where it says, beware of rattlesnakes. And in terms of lonely horses, my horse lived to be 45 years old, and she was just beautiful and won the county fair and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know where you got your information, but it was the wrong Google search. That's it. I'm Peg Malloy, and thank you so much. I really, really beg you to retain the current zoning. I think it's important for our communities and our future.
Thank you, ma'am. So I've got Philip Buck next. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners.
My name is Philip Buck, B-U-C-K. Good job. Can't spell my name. And I live at 8065 Tohey Road in the Timbers. So I'm a resident of the Timbers since 2008, and I've been asked to speak about an online petition with verified signatures that was created after the August 2024 Planning Commission hearing. At the suggestion of the Colorado Horse Forum owner, a Change.org petition was created to inform residents and equestrian community about the Pinery 40 LLC major rezoning request, and to give them a voice to express their opinions. We've heard lots of opinions tonight from the developer. That's all they were, was opinions. There's not a whole lot of facts based there. So I'd like to share some of the results with you. Since September 2024, there was an overwhelming 1,314 signatures. The signatures reflected 100% in opposition. This is a major to the rezoning request. 1,029 signatures, or 78%, came from Colorado. The hundreds of signatures from out of state reminds us all that the Colorado Horse Park is a national venue supported by patrons from all around the country and even in Canada, because I have some friends that come down here. 690 responders were residents of Douglas County. I'd like to read some of the comments which are representative of the general nature of the comments left with the petition. Number one, high density housing is totally out of place and inappropriate for this land, and under no circumstances should rezoning be granted to this developer. Number two, I do not agree with rezoning needs to say equestrian. Developing this beautiful horse country would destroy the character of this area. Number four, we cannot overdevelop this beautiful land. Number five, we must support the equestrian heritage of our county and state. Higher density housing in opposition to the original, in opposition of the original owner's express wishes is clearly out of line. Number six, I've ridden my horses in the park available from across the Colorado Horse Park for years. We must keep the integrity of the land. Number seven, it makes no sense to densify the location. The rezoning is out of character for the location and ensures conflict with the Colorado Horse Park and the equestrian events relative to the equestrian estate zoning that would allow this. And one last one, we don't need more development. We need more parks, trails, especially places to enjoy our horses. I have the survey here, and I'd like to present it to you.
Sure, you can approach. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you very much. So we have Giselle McDonough.
I should say good evening at this point. My name is Giselle McDonough, and I live at 5400 Pinion J Road, which intersects with the east side of Sistina Way that we've talked about. And I do have a concern about the proposed gate there, because if that gate doesn't happen, which we're not sure, that would impact the traffic going up my street. I've had a great privilege of living in this community, the Timbers, since I built my home there 26 years ago. I'm passionate about my neighborhood, and I would like to see it preserved, particularly in light of the potential disruption caused by this rezoning request, which threatens the character and quality of life in our community. The changes proposed by Pinery 40 will adversely impact my ability to enjoy my own home and the serene environment that surrounds it. What sets my neighborhood apart is its unique and irreplaceable features. As many people have brought up, you know, the beautiful Ponderosa pines, the mountain views, the open space, the walking trails, the abundant wildlife, and the proximity to the Colorado Horse Park. This environment is distinctive to Douglas County and is extremely rare to find in the Denver metro area. And these are the very reasons I have chosen to live here and feel very blessed. When I built my home, I did so with the understanding that so many people have already brought up about the current zoning to be 15 2.5 acre lots. And I do ask you tonight to uphold that. As a realtor with Caldwell Banker Realty, I'd like to address the marketability of 2.5 acre lots in Parker. Contrary to Mr. Hall's claim that there's no market for these size lots, data from the MLS, which is the multiple listing service used by the National Association of Realtors, demonstrates strong demand for 2 to 3 acre properties. These lots are highly desirable because of their very extreme rarity in Parker and even in the full Denver metro area. These types of lots are so very hard to come by. Furthermore, the flexibility that homeowners would be able to have horses or not have horses makes the appeal even better. It makes the marketability better, and it also will, at the same time, preserve the equestrian lifestyle for which this area is known. The location of these lots is another key advantage because they are conveniently close to all the amenities of Parker, Castle Rock, DTC, and adjacent to the Colorado Horse Park, its trails, open space. This will greatly add to its value. The data from the MLS in the last 3 months underscores the demand for this. The monthly housing supply for this area for 2 to 3 acre lots is 3.3, which indicates a seller's market. Anything below 4 months of housing supply indicates a seller's market, which is what this does today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Sheldon Irish. And then if you can line up Bill Pickle, Kelly Badishan, Robert Fugazi, William Hatwick, Joe DiMercurio, Steve Preston, Gina Sawa, and Darren Senior. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Sheldon Irish, it's spelled I-R-I-S-H. My wife Nancy and I have lived at 7978 Sistine Way for over 20 years, which is right next to the subject 47-acre pasture. Mr. Hall has made numerous unsubstantiated claims to sway your decision for approval, many of them you heard earlier this evening. I'm going to list a few. Claim, no equestrian riding or exercise trail access. Fact, the 47-acre parcel still has access to Bayou Gulch, 2 bridges, High Prairie Farms Metro District, and High Prairie Farms 1A HOA riding trails. Accessibility is by either Colorado Horse Park bridle path with permission or the High Prairie Farms Metro District property. Ample exercise opportunities. Claim, his project is best for our community. Fact, attendees at Mr. Hall's informal and formal neighborhood meetings and the 20-plus Planning Commission public meeting presenters voiced strong opposition, stating that preserving the intended equestrian state zoning was best for our community. There was no confusion about that. The 20-plus public presentations included individual property owners, HOA boards, and the Colorado Horse Park ownership. Claim, equestrian zoning is not compatible. Fact, equestrian zoning is integral to our community, which includes the High Prairie Farms 1A HOA, the Colorado Horse Park, and several nearby equestrian facilities. Existing equestrian state zoning aligns with Douglas County's equestrian culture and should be preserved under the criteria 1520.01 and 1520.02. Claim, the 47-acre land was forgotten. Fact, the parcel was part of the Colorado Horse Park until its sale in 2022. The 47-acre horse pasture was actively used until 2020, as witnessed by adjacent property owners. The property wasn't forgotten. Claim, the land has not been developed, so it should be rezoned. Fact, the planning commissioners emphasized that equestrian living is essential to Douglas County, not just an amenity. They stated there is no time limit on the county's commitment to equestrian zoning. Mr. Hall has yet to provide a credible reason for not implementing the existing 15-lot zoning, even when asked by the planning commissioners. Claim, the third neighborhood meeting objective to the community was, quote, present resolution of grievances brought up by the Pinery community at our last planning commission hearing. Fact, Mr. Hall's meeting did not address the main grievances from the Planning Commission hearing, which drove their 6-0 vote to recommend denial. Instead, he surprised the attendees with a neighborhood pledge agreement reflecting basically the same project definition. Community feedback at the meeting and in the DC planning clearly reflected the pledge was incomplete. There was no agreement, as the title implies. It was only for show. And one last claim. He said he had agreements with Colorado Horse Park, which he relies on for drainage, and the Metro District. In fact, both organizations had denied agreements with Mr. Hall exist. In closing, Douglas County is known for its rich equestrian culture and heritage. These 47 acres are a vital part of that legacy and should not be permanently destroyed. Let us make decisions that honor our enduring history rather than pursuing change at the expense of what defines us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, how are you?
Great. This is good. I mean, it seems weird, but this is literally what we signed up for, and I love nothing. I'm that weird guy in the grocery store that literally will just listen to what
I
you
am
have to say.
telling you,
So
this place is something.
you guys are something.
Well, thank you for your time. And former Chairman Till, good to see you again, and good to see you, our new commissioner, Senator Van Winkle. I had a bunch of stuff to talk about, but I think my neighbors have done such a fantastic job. I'm going to digress to something, but I think it'll be on your radar.
And sir, do you
you
want to
may know
just
what
state
I'm
your
gonna
name
talk
for the
about.
record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
No problem.
Bill or William Pickle, just like a pickle. Perfect. I live on Sistina, just east of the parcel. But what I'm going to talk about is something that you're aware of, and I don't mean to put your name out there, Mr. Chairman, but I have had a heck of a time for 15 years with Timbers Creek. I live on it. And for years, I knew a couple of the previous commissioners. I got a lot of nice lip service. I got referrals to Douglas County Engineering. And you were the first person ever to come out and look at Timbers Creek. And you did that in April of 2019. And because of your visit, and I want to repeat a quote you made, you and Mr. Irish, who had been our former HOA president, and Mr. Myers, who is our current HOA president, you were with us. And when we walked Timbers Creek, we walked the southern boundary of this 47-acre parcel. And at that point, you stopped and you said, you know, it's one thing to be shown a picture of the stormwater damage, but it's devastating to see. The reason I bring that up now is you were kind enough to set up a meeting with Urban Drainage and Douglas County Engineers. Urban Drainage engineers, 4 of them, told us that we needed $5 to $8 million to mitigate the damage within 2 years. If it went more than 2 years, it would be $25 to $30 million. Not much has been done. This 47 acres is going to have a lot of water if you scrape it. If you put 45 homes on it, you're going to do a lot of scraping. That water has no place to go. Timbers Creek is many times worse than when you saw it in 2019. We should not consider exacerbating that problem by any construction along Timbers Creek, because it sits on the north shore of Timbers Creek, or the north boundary. I would urge you, as you go through your meetings in private, to consider at some point a moratorium on construction on Timbers Creek. And I say that because $30–40 million is a lot of money for this county. It's a lot of taxpayer money. And I don't want to deprive the builder of anything, but I know that he's not going to be able to come up with the money to pay for his fair share of this. He said he would. That's a lot of money. But thank you. I wish I could say more, but I don't think you want to hear any more. Thank you.
Well, listen, I'll listen anytime. Thank you, Mr. Pickle. It's good to see you again, sir. So let's have Kelly Bichon up. I'm probably not pronouncing that last name right.
I'm just glad you're doing it now instead of me.
Okay.
Could that be Kelly Tischer?
There we go. Tischer, you got it.
Great, thank you.
I appreciate being here, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Kelly Tischer. I am the managing partner of Littleton Equine Medical Center, and I'm also the managing partner of the Colorado Horse Park. I kind of want to start with a quote that Mark Twain once said, that rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated. From the Planning Commission, or from the staff, and from some of the comments made by the applicant, it suggested that the horse park was not an entity anymore. We are a strong and going entity. On a lot of those maps, you're missing the rest of our 120-acre property that is adjacent to this property, where we continue to have horse shows on a regular basis, and we continue to have horse boarding there, and our veterinary medicine portion of this will just be another portion of this. We're not getting rid of the other uses there. So the Colorado Horse Park is well and good. I wasn't going to use that time, so I'm going to move on. I'm here to oppose the transition for a lot of obvious reasons that are all been stated, but I know that you guys have to go by this list to really make your opinion, and I feel strongly that 3 out of 7 of those are not true. And I think 1 and 2 really are the main ones for me. And if you look at that map that you looked at, Mr. Layden, Commissioner Layden, when you looked at that 3 sides, which is kind of 3 sides, our parcel, which is 120 acres, actually is a pretty significant part of the whole perimeter. And when you look at that and define that as an infill, it feels like we're missing the point of how much of this border is our property, and the intent of that section blending those other communities into this 120-acre, this huge property that is the Colorado Horse Park. So I strongly believe that points 1 and 2, that piece of that, and defining this as an infill, it doesn't make sense to me, because it's ignoring a huge portion of that border, which is us, the Colorado Horse Park, that many people in the audience today have mentioned that they super enjoy, and I get that. And I also believe pretty strongly that number 4 does just benefit the applicant. Other pieces were mentioned there, but in the end, going from three times the density certainly will likely financially benefit that person alone. Although I will, like others, say that there is the possibility that those lots could be sold for even more. Douglas County has done a brilliant job to help create this amenity, and I have 3 summary things that I would like to say. One is that I think 3 out of 7 of those don't match. Proving this chain benefits 1 person. Oh my gosh, I missed the whole section of my deal. There's $177 billion of economic horse impact and 2.2 million jobs, Colorado horse industry in the United States, $1.8 billion in Colorado. It's the 9th largest state for a horse GDP is $950 million. There's over 200,000 horses. There's $1.5 billion economic state for the state, and mostly in recreation and competition. And don't tell me that most of that doesn't come from Douglas County, as most of that recreation is right there. Please say no to this change. I believe in the end it's not only the right decision, it doesn't mean about 3 out of 7 of those approval standards. The decision is not anti-development, it's smart development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tischer. Thank you, Dr. Tischer. So I'll call up Robert Fugazi, please.
Good evening. Robert Fugazi, F-U-G-A-Z-I. Like so many others, my wife and I bought our house specifically because of the equestrian theme and the promise of the 15 2.5-acre lots. Mr. Hall claims his plan is in full compliance with the county standards. We disagree, but for a moment, let's assume his plan meets the standards. Does that alone qualify for rezone approval, or do you, the board, have additional criteria that must be met past this list? And as you probably know, you do. Prominent throughout your website is the Commissioner's core priorities for quality of life, and I quote, "The decisions we make must pass one simple test. Will it make Douglas County a better place? The answer must always be a resounding yes." And that's a high bar, but you wouldn't have it any other way, unquote. So does this rezoning proposal pass your test?
let's examine just one of your core priorities, historic and natural resources, which states, protecting our historic and natural resources requires the county to focus on quality of land, air, water, and being responsible stewards of our history and heritage. So regarding your promise to protect our history and heritage, Douglas County has a long history of horse culture, 17 horse trails, Douglas County Sheriff's Mounted Patrol, and Commissioner Teal, you commented in your November 23 video address on preserving this Western heritage we have inherited and that we cherish. If the board's serious about preserving this heritage, keeping and attracting horse owners, the existing zoning does that. Rezoning to 45 same cul-de-sac houses forever removes the land already zoned to support our horse culture. The Planning Commission unanimously in denying the change has noted that rezoning is more serious and carries a heavy burden of proof. Undoing the work of your predecessors is serious. So, compared to the current zoning, does rezoning preserve our Western heritage or make our county a better place with a resounding yes? It does not. Your core values state that just meeting the basic requirements is not sufficient for approval. You've committed to a higher standard to ensure a higher quality of life. I respectfully ask the board to apply your own stated tests to this major rezone. I'm confident you will find it does not pass, and therefore you must deny the rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fugazi. We have a William Hartwick, or Hatwick.
That's me.
Okay.
That's William Hartwick,
Hartwick, okay.
Hartwick. I'm sorry, my writing is terrible.
It's okay. Mine is worse, I promise.
I doubt that. It's really bad. So again, I'm here today. I'm representing Pinery 8B HOA. We are on the western side of this. I know if you saw that. I don't know if it's possible to put up the layout of the development and the roadway so I can talk a little more and just kind of show the impact of that. I appreciate using your slides, but thank you very much. If I can get the other one that shows the
proposed, the conceptual layout?
Yes, please. If we can do that, I'm sorry. In my concern, again, I represent Pinery 8B HOA. I'm obviously here to oppose this project. One of our major concerns is the traffic coming through the area with the proposal of changing from 15 homes to 45 homes. 45 homes, the proposed 45 homes with an average of 2 vehicles per household will undoubtedly lead to a substantial rise in traffic on South Pinery Drive, and then also will impact the people on Sistina Way, which we've discussed. This is why people on that part of this and Sistina Way have requested that a gate be put up there for emergency purposes. There's also this community, besides the traffic of 95 homes, 2 cars within each property. You also have other traffic going through, deliveries, excuse me, Uber, FedEx, et cetera, coming through this property. This will drive more traffic on South Pinery Drive and also within the entire community. The proposed gate at Sistina Way, I understand putting a gate up there. I lived on a cul-de-sac for 15 years before I moved here. I understand having all that privacy there. The idea of having a roadway come busting through there after living there for all this time would really upset me too. If that gate goes up there in this community, then all the traffic is going to come in through Pinery Drive and then up through the area and also then exit back out the same way. There's only going to be one entrance and one exit unless you're an emergency vehicle. And I think that's something important to understand here. The traffic coming through on Pinery Drive is really going to affect the people on that side of the area. Now, the other thing that, the first time I heard this tonight, they've talked about developing the entrance area there from Meadowview Drive and Pinery Drive. But what they're really only going to do, and this is misleading, this will be developed from the stop sign of Meadowview into the entrance there into the project. The rest of the project, or excuse me, the rest of Pinery Drive from Meadowview all the way down to South Pinery Parkway is going to be, going to be left exactly the way it is. So all this traffic coming through there will cause increased danger. Most of the people in this neighborhood, our neighborhood, South Pinery Drive, including people in the Timbers, use Pinery Drive for recreational pursuits, for walking their dogs, for hiking, for biking. With that amount of traffic, and again, no development, no increase or improvement of that road down to Pinery Parkway is going to make that even a worse area to be recreating. I thought I heard, maybe I'm wrong, Mr. Hall talking about they were going to improve that and put up some type of fences there to reduce the noise and maybe some shrubberies. First I heard of this tonight. I've been to the community meetings. That's still not going to solve the problem with all the traffic from Meadowview Drive all the way down. There is no plan that I've heard from the developer or from the county to do anything for that road in relation to this project. So, I mean, that's a major concern for our area, the traffic coming through here. I also, so I don't repeat myself and some of the other things that people have said, this is a written proposal regarding our opposition for the people from Pinery 8B HOA. I have 3 copies. Can I present this to the staff for the commissioners?
You may, if you want to approach council. Thank you, sir.
My time is almost up. You know, I've got some other things around that. I'm not going to repeat it. I can probably show you my house. My house backs up to the equestrian center. I can walk out on I'll get to this. I can walk out on my deck every morning and look at the equestrian center and about 10 or 15 horses that are now out there from Dr. Tisler's project. I love it. I have no problems with that. I can sit there in the morning with a cup of coffee and look at the horses. My children have done it. My grandchildren have done it. We appreciate the horses in the area. Again, myself personally and on behalf of 8B HOA, we strongly encourage you to oppose this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hartwick. I've got Joe DiMercurio. Is there a Joe DiMercurio? Okay, moving on to Steve Preston. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Steve Preston, Preston, and I will be reading Commissioner Garbo's statement from the Planning Commission hearing on August 19th. And I quote Commissioner Garbo, "This proposal, I think certainly unintentionally, would adversely impact a cornerstone of this community's identity. That's the equestrian way of life that has defined this area for generations. The Pinery is not just a residential development. It's a unique haven where the bond between people and horses form the heart of the community's character. This is a place where families have built their lives around the freedom, tranquility, and heritage that come with equestrian living. The proposed amendment threatens to undermine this irreplaceable aspect of this community by transforming these cherished equestrian estates into just another residential development. This shift is more than just a change in land use. It is an erosion of the very fabric that makes this place special. The wide open spaces, the trails, and the unspoken understanding that this is a place where horses belong. Under 1520.03, we are charged with ensuring that any amendment does not adversely affect the enjoyment of adjacent lands. As part of that definition, the proposed amendment, I think, falls short by increasing residential density and altering the land's purpose. This development would disrupt the harmonious coexistence between residents and their equestrian companions, forcing a change in their lifestyle that many did not seek and do not welcome. Moreover, a loss of equestrian spaces would diminish the broader county interest by erasing a cultural and recreational resource that is not easily replaced. This is a community where children learn to ride and where the rhythm of hooves on the trail is as much a part of the soundtrack of life as the birds in the trees. This proposed amendment would replace that with more cars, more congestion, and be a dilution of what makes the Pinery extraordinary. In defending the public's interest and enjoyment of our lands, I think we must recognize that once this equestrian legacy is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. The proposed amendment would simply deny that way of living for this community for future generations. So for me, I would recommend, based on the criteria of section 1520.03, and because it falls short of honoring the spirit and the soul of this community, I'll be recommending denial in order to preserve the uniqueness of the pinery. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Garbo.
Thank you, Mr. Preston. I have Jean Sawa. Is there a Jean here? Okay. Moving, and SAWA? Jean, Gene, and then Sawa, SAWA is what it looks like out here. Okay. I'll move on to Darren Sr. Is there a Darren Sr.? Yep. There you are. Okay, great. And then we'll have Jenna Preston last on my list, but I'll open it up again if anybody else has additional comments. Yes, sir.
Good evening, guys. My name is Darren Senior, Senior. I live on the east end of Sistina Way. My wife and I moved here 8 years ago from Houston, Texas. Coming from Houston, I can appreciate what a lack of zoning looks like, right? So that was so important here. I appreciate everything you guys have done to make this place literally a slice of heaven. So thank you for that. As we've discussed, look, the horse industry contributes over $110 million annually to the economies of Douglas and Elbert counties, supporting the local businesses such as boarding facilities, trainers, and veterinarians. My father was a veterinarian, still is a veterinarian. I grew up in a animal environment. Some people may not like it. Some people may think they smell bad. I love the entire thing, right? That's what this is all about. That's what we're trying to preserve here. The Colorado Horse Park itself provides veterinary services on site, hosts events that attract participants and spectators from across the country, plays a vital role in sustaining our robust equestrian culture and economy. The bottom line is, rezoning fails to meet key Douglas County zoning standards and comprehensive master plan goals, right? Specifically, CMP Goal 2-5 calls for development that complements both the natural and historic landscapes. The Shire Meadows property, with its equestrian zoning and close connection to the Colorado Horse Park, reflects decades of equestrian history and the heritage that shaped this area's identity. The iconic horse fencing, the paths you've heard about, the trails, this is all part of this distinct character and feel of the landscape that we love so much in our area, which we expected when we moved here, when we researched the zoning that was already in place, which I promise you I did just like everybody else did. Preserving this current zoning supports Goal 2-5 by safeguarding these open spaces and the historic equestrian elements that are central to the area's unique identity. Preserving the current zoning for the Shire Meadows property directly aligns with CMP Goal 2-1, which emphasizes enhancing existing infrastructure while conserving open spaces. Existing zoning takes full advantage of the robust equestrian infrastructure already in place. And there's, from the Shire Meadows property, direct riding trail to miles of horse trails at both High Prairie Farms and easy access to Bayou Gulch and the Two Bridges Trail, right? Additionally, 1520.01, most importantly, requires amendments to plan developments to align with the original vision and commitments of the zoning. As you've heard, that is not what the original vision and commitments of the zoning was. Changing it to the higher density housing disregards its intent, threatens to permanently alter the natural and historic landscape that has defined this area for decades. Bottom line is this, guys. This property is unique. Let's keep it this way. This is what the intention was. You've seen it. It's something special. If we lose this, it's gone forever. No disrespect to Mr. Hall. I understand what he's trying to do, but this is unique. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Senior. And then last on my big list is Jenna Preston. Is Jenna here? Welcome.
Thank you, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Jenna Preston, Papa Romeo Echo Sierra Tango Oscar November. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist living on the East Sistina Way and work full-time on Buckley Space Force Base in Aurora, serving our active duty military. I'm a proud military spouse of a veteran who served 21 years in the Air Force and live on a cul-de-sac near neighbors Al, Sheldon, Ed, Nathan, Eric, and Steve, whose combined military service is more than 120 years. The military culture is built on integrity, honor, service before self to protect the land we live on. Our veterans deserve to know that their elected commissioners, thank you, Commissioner Teal, for your service, will serve to protect and maintain the Colorado land as it was intended. My love for horses began when I was a little girl. During military life, we lived in Newmarket, England, known as the birthplace for thoroughbred horse racing, among 4,000 horses. And as a psychologist, I'm in awe of the healing power of equine therapy. We heard about how adjoining residents didn't consider odors and insects. Most equestrians have experienced the frightening and sometimes violent situations that occur with horses when they confront people and pets, and now golf carts as well. I walk my dog in these gulches and on these trails daily. I have never in my life experienced what is stated above. We are all residents who chose to live adjacent to the Colorado Horse Park and embrace the Western living of DOCO that Commissioner Teal has talked about. I have spoken to trainers, riders, business owners, spectators at the Colorado Horse Park about their reaction to the rezoning. Has the developer? Amendment 1520.03 is not met due to the public interest and enjoyment of the land absolutely being negatively affected if the rezoning is approved. Patrons of the Colorado Horse Park who fill Parker's hotels, visit our grocery stores, shops, gas stations, all agree the developer's arguments are ridiculous and exhibit an opposition to equine culture. We voiced no to rezoning at every neighborhood meeting, in letters, public comments, in 1,300 petition signatures, and the developer has dismissed us. He wants you to be tricked into thinking he has compromised, but plain and simple, he wants to triple the current zoning and eliminate equestrian properties forever. Amendment 04 confer a special financial benefit, fits the developer brilliantly. They paid peanuts for this land in 2022 and will do just fine financially building 15 estates. Finally, amendments 01 and 02 are also not met. Rezoning eliminates Helen Kriebel's vision and intent, maintaining the current zoning for 15 equestrian homes or less, walking distance from horse shows, lessons, equine vets, and the two bridges horse trails, makes these acreage the perfect location for horse lovers and maintains the developed standards, commitment, and overall intent of the planned development. Helen died 3 years ago. Keep her vision alive by showing integrity and honoring the land like the veterans and Purple Heart recipient in this room. Do what you were elected to do, reject the major rezoning. And I have a couple keepsakes if I have permission to approach the podium. This
You
is
do.
Parker's journal. This is from August when we were in the planning. This is a gift. Well, that one is from December, so a gift to you, Commissioner Van Winkle. And that is from from August as well as December. And this is Helen Kriebel's book, American Amnesia. It was published in 2022. Commissioners will approach again.
Absolutely, and we're not really permitted to accept gifts. There is an amendment associated with that, but we will take a peek, and I'll leave it up to my colleagues to decide what to do with it.
But her title is American Amnesia, so let's not forget her. And you probably, Commissioner Layton, you would probably like the chapter on immigration.
Wonderful. Well, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Preston, and thank you to you and your family for your military service. We certainly appreciate that. So that's the end of our sign-up list, but is there anybody here in the room that would like to speak? And sir, you've already spoken, so I'm going to pause on you, unless you have your copies that you wanted to share. Is that it?
I just didn't want to be that guy throwing out a bunch of facts without some information, so I'd like to submit, if I could, some of the information.
You're welcome to
from
do
American
that
Horse
if you want to
Council.
approach, and he can label those and provide those to us. Let me open it up to the room. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to testify? Maybe missed an opportunity, didn't sign up? Okay. I'm going to go online. Troy, is there anybody online that would like to testify today?
Thank you, Commissioner Layton. Yes, I have the first citizen. This would be Julie Luna. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Troy, before you get going, how many folks do we have online?
I have 4 signups.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Luna?
Julie, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Okay, we'll circle to the next one. Let me mute her. We were going to go on to Rick Bramer. Rick, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Oh, okay. My name is Rick Bramer. I live in Misty Pines and Ponderosa Drive. And I was asked to make a statement today on behalf of the Misty Pines HOA. However, I find very little that I can add to all the presentations today. They've all been very good. I just wanted to emphasize that the requirements for making changes like this, the 1520.01 and .02 and .03 have not been satisfied. Those things, in our opinion, have not been satisfied. Those should be a good basis for declining this project. Also, the other situation is that the Douglas County Master Plan Goal 2-6 also, I think, has been mentioned tonight, calls about the compatibility between residential and non-residential land uses and the intended current zoning, which calls for equestrian estates, does both of those things. So that's a positive. Also, the equestrian zoning is an important desirable transition between existing neighboring residents and developments and the Colorado Horse Park. And just a personal thing, in the 37 years I've lived in this area, I've never heard of a problem of equestrian estate lots interfering with higher density adjacent developments, which is a contention of the developer, and no conflicts have been known between horse riders and local residents, nor are any expected with the current zoning. So the local residents have expressed a desire to retain the existing zoning. I would just skip to my summary and conclusion. The Misty Pines HOA stands firmly in support of the existing equestrian estate zoning, which provides a crucial and intentional transition between the residential neighborhoods and the Colorado Horse Park. This zoning reflects years of deliberate planning, respects the community's equestrian heritage, and upholds prior commitments made to preserve the unique semi-rural character of this area. Changing this zoning to allow for higher density development would not only conflict with those principles, but they would also set a troubling precedent for disregarding prior well-considered zoning decisions. We urge Douglas County commissioners to recognize the overwhelming public opposition to this rezoning request and to honor the integrity of the county's long-term vision by denying this proposal. Let us preserve and balance in harmony and an identity of make this community exceptional. I wanted to add one piece of data to the numbers that were produced by the petition and so forth. I just wanted to add that in addition to that petition and all those numbers.
And sir, your time is up. If you can wrap up for us.
I'm doing the HOA presentation, so I get 6 minutes.
Did we give him 6 minutes? You want to give? Okay.
That can be adjusted.
Sir, please go ahead.
Okay, just another second here. I wanted to add that 190 letters have been submitted to you all through the e-referral system, with all but one opposing rezoning. So let's preserve the balance, the harmony, the identity that make this community exceptional, and we recommend that you deny this request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
In order to just make sure people are given the appropriate time per our procedures, if we could ask if any other speakers speaking on behalf of a neighborhood organization as a representative and be given the proper amount of time allotted, that would be helpful.
Sounds good. Sounds like we may have one or two more online. Troy, anybody else from an HOA?
Not sure about the HOA. We'll move on to the next one. They are listening. So if so, hopefully they'll announce themselves. Next will be Nathan Hanneman.
Hello,
Nathan, here.
do you got me now?
Yes, Mr.
sir, go
Hanneman,
ahead.
we can hear you.
Okay,
Are you representing an HOA,
yeah,
sir?
I'm speaking on behalf of myself.
Yourself. Okay, thank you.
Yep. My name is Nathan Hanneman, and I live at 7938 Sistina Way. My wife and I purchased our home 3 years ago, and we directly border the proposed development to the east on Sistina Way. Like many people, we purchased our home with the knowledge that this would be 15 lots of 2.5 acres each. And my daughter is 15 years old now, and she spent 5 years taking equestrian lessons. We've spent many hours around horses in equestrian facilities. And this was a big draw for us when we purchased our home. And the developer suggests some negative interactions of horses with people in neighborhoods. And I would like to just say, personally, I can assure you we've considered these things. And, to speak about the horses on trails in our neighborhoods, the trails in Bayou Gulch are designed for both pedestrian and horse use. And we currently share these trails with horses frequently. And there, like many people have said, there haven't been any incidences. We are in favor of the currently zoned 2.5 acre equestrian estates. And we want to retain that equestrian feel of our neighborhood, which is why we purchased here. Mr. Pickle talked about Timbers Creek. Our home also has the privilege to be bordered by Timbers Creek. And I frequently walk along the creek, and there's clear evidence of stormwater damage with high cut banks downstream from the property, the proposed property. One of these is within 3 feet of the Colorado Horse Park arenas. And then the other side of the creek actually borders Bayou Gulch Regional Park and shows similar evidence of this high water flow damage. And as one who frequently spends time on the trails and in the open spaces in my neighborhood, I think that further damage to this creek from high flows will adversely affect the public interest and enjoyment of the adjacent land, which is one of the approval standards. We strongly encourage the board to disapprove any density increases. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So with that, Troy, are there any additional citizens online?
Yes, we're going to circle around and try Julie Luna again.
Okay.
Let's see. We got you now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I see I'm unmuted now. Awesome. Thank you. Julie Luna, Luna. I live on oppose this Pinery 40.
Miss Luna, you're cutting out just a little bit. I'm not sure if you have. We're having a hard time hearing you, Miss Luna.
Can you hear me right now?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me right now?
Yep.
Hello? No.
Well,
Oh, okay. All right. I'll yell. The current zoning, yes, no. Are you not hearing me now?
we can hear you just fine,
gonna
ma'am. Well, maybe not just fine.
Okay, it looks like we lost her. It sounds like there might be some bandwidth issues on that end.
Okay.
So that would complete it, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other citizen comment? Okay, with that, I'm going to close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and or a motion. And as a point of personal privilege, I'd like to, yes, sir.
Chair, back to the applicant.
Would the applicant like to respond to any of the citizen comment? Well, you know, I think we might have, I'll pull the board and see if there's some interest in taking a break.
Yeah, I could use some more water.
Okay, let's do a 5-minute bio break. We'll be right back. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So we'll go ahead and reconvene, and we'll turn it over to the applicant, but I'm going to make a few comments. So before we get to the applicant, obviously we heard from a lot of citizens, and I mean, out of the gate, you know, we get thousands of pages to review, just like the Planning Commission did. And I start with the very first page that just says this is a major amendment to a planned development, taking an area from 15, planning area 63 from 15 to 45. You know, I've been doing this a long time, land use attorney. I served with Dave Simonson on the Planning Commission for a long time and have been a commissioner for 7 years. I don't like rezones. I don't like amendments to planned developments because it takes the rug out from beneath citizens and people buy their land in reliance upon zoning. So there has to be some really strong criteria, at least for me as one commissioner, and it is. I'm bound by the legal criteria. And you know, anytime, and right here we're looking at 1501, talks about development standards, commitments, and intent of the planned development. Based upon what I've heard so far, you're not there, so I'm really curious to hear how you respond to that. 152002, is it consistent with the intent, efficient development, and preservation of the entire planned development? Absolutely not. And I heard nothing but that this application is inconsistent with the intent of the planned development. And then obviously 152003, which we heard from our Planning Commission, which also voted completely against this application. Will this adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment of the adjacent land? Anytime you have 190 people that are in opposition to an application, we've got a problem. And I appreciate that you may have attempted some conversations and some town halls, but if we're here and you still haven't had some sort of consensus or support, I mean, we're used to getting letters of support from the community or a couple of sides. I mean, you have 99.9% of the citizens in opposition. So we're open for business in Douglas County. We appreciate the enterprise risk, trying to do something that makes sense, the conversation with the neighbors. But this is so inconsistent with the planned development that I'm really struggling with why we've had our citizens out here for several hours hearing something that does not comport with these approval standards at all in my mind. So I just wanted to preface that. Obviously, I'm really interested in hearing your response to citizen comment. Anything additional from our board before we have the applicant do that?
I think I'm okay to hear from the applicant to respond to public comment and other comments.
Okay, let's have the applicant approach.
Again, I'm James Marine, owner of Aegis Engineering, part of the group that bought this property and are trying to develop it. And we knew that there's a risk, but we looked at it as an infill project that does meet this criteria. Part of the comprehensive master plan, there's 3 distinct zones, and we're in the urban zone, and it clearly states that rezoning should be encouraged to develop in existing areas and not sprawl out. And that's what this is an infill. We are also citizens of the county. You represent me and Rusty, actually. I've been in this county for 27 years. I had a home in the Pinery at one time. Rusty's been here for over 30. We're not big-time developers. I think if you've watched how we speak, we're engineers, we're not speakers. But we've been involved in developing, and we think this is about as solid as a rezone as there is. I'm going to let Rusty get more into the technical part. I do my best. I take things personally. I do. I know I got to not do that in my position, but I wanted to address some of the public comments. We did start with a cursory meeting with them with 130 lots, and that was based on 8A and 8B zoning. I do have those whole numbers. They have 229 homes on 80 acres for a density of 2.86 DUs per acre. So we came in at 2.7. And we got to push back and we listened to them. Because this also wraps into part of the comprehensive plan of being transparent. And we have engaged this community. We anticipated about a year to rezone this, and we're in year 2, going into 3. We've engaged this community over and over, and we came back with 63. And that was to match the Timbers density. That put us at 1.34. They're at 1.36 is what their density is. And what we heard was less is more, less is more, less is more. And that's when we came back with the 45 where we're at today, which is less than 1 per acre. We're also holding it to a minimum of a half-acre lot. Some of our lots are larger. Many of the people speaking today live on quarter-acre, some less. And part of our engaging of the community is we hear, view corridors. We took the effort of doing cross-sections, going through limiting our building heights. Code allows us to build taller, but we put it in writing. I know they laugh at our neighborhood agreement, but that's what we're doing to ensure that we're going to follow through with what we say. Because through the process, we've been called all kinds of things. We've been accused of all kinds of things. It was tonight even. Yeah, we did the drainage study. We're engineers. But it gets approved by the county. It's not something we can just make up. We've been accused of owning the traffic study firm. We don't. So what we heard tonight, I appreciate it. I live in Douglas County. I've seen the growth. I've been involved in it on my personal side when I had a subdivision coming in behind me that was zoned or had a certain amount of lots and they wanted to increase it. You go through the process, and I appreciate the process. I appreciate how much they organized. Many of them have been very kind to me. I'm a 100% disabled veteran, and one of the individuals reached out to me and got me in touch with the people I needed to help me with my benefits. And I appreciate that immensely. What it is hard to hear is, I believe we're tricking you. We're not tricking anybody. We entered an agreement with Dr. Tischer to take our road out of that neighborhood and attach it to South Pinery at a good expense to ourselves. His request is that we pave his road, pave his parking lot, and provide him a private gate. So it's disheartening to have him come up here and bitch about our product. He could have bought that property because we bought it after he moved in. Our property will not impede the function of the horse park. He even stated that they have their shows on another piece of property and they board there. From what I can tell, they haven't had public boarding at the facility since 18. Talking to the landowner that we bought it, in 2022, they hadn't had horses on that property, our 47 acres, since 2015. So there's no horses out there. The paddocks they're in poor shape.
Let's keep order, please.
All I can do is go by what the owner told me. But they haven't had horse shows, as I understand, since 2020. And I'm glad to see them come back. I've seen them over the years. I've lived here 27 years. We will not impede their ability to have the horse shows. There was also word that we had cut off access for trails if we get our project approved. That is not true. We're not even to that point in the planning process, but we're promising them that we're going to provide trails. We're going to try to connect to whatever trails they have, of which I can't find any, but we've also spoke with High Prairie a long time ago to try to connect so that we can provide connectivity to the junior high and to Bayou Gulch Park. So we are providing we're not taking away from anybody's enjoyment of the land. Their enjoyment is they don't have anything behind them. You know, they don't have access to our property at this time. So we're opening it up to recreation. There's also the comments about pocket parks being in the drainage. You know that that's a use for detention facilities. You know, so we're providing parks, providing trails, limited heights. We've gone through great expense. And we keep going back to Helen Kriebel. I provided you what her intentions were. And she left, and that's what it is. You know, I don't want to dig into that crap, but she was not the one that designated this to be 2.5 acre lots. We explained that there was a 500 acre parcel that was 2.5 acre horse properties. And in Amendment 5, it converted back to a higher, you know, density allowable. And that's, to me, is fairly hypocritical for these people to say, we want this Western culture, we got to preserve our Western ways and our horse, and they live on a property that we're trying to mimic. And it does make sense, you know, if you read the comprehensive plan on how properties should be zoned to match adjoining properties. CHP has been rezoned for commercial use as a veterinarian clinic. We want to not even change the use, it's still residential. We just want to increase 30 lots, because we're allowed 15. So we're only increasing 30 lots. So it sounds nasty when you're like, you're 3 times the density. Well, I saw earlier that Sterling Ranch has 147 homes on 43 acres. You know, I can understand a major complaint if we provided something like that. But we've spent 2 years trying to fit in. Again, I appreciate the process, but we have the right to, as property owners, to try to develop it in accordance with the county standards. And it is ruled urban. It is not rural. It is just my opinion. If you want rural ranch land, you move to rural ranch land. You don't move to the Pinery. And it's a beautiful piece. I had a home there. I'd like to have another one. But I'm going to let Rusty, you know, go over the specifics on that. But we've also heard extensively about the stormwater at Timber Creek and the damage it caused. That's damage by their subdivision, not ours. We're downstream, but we will obviously adhere to all the standards of the county, urban drainage. 22's filing, their drainage comes across our property, of which we'll have to manage. So when they talk about the rains that come down and wash across, we will be enhancing that, restricting those flows. I've been approached by several members after board meetings saying this is a good project. You got to understand these people don't want it. I've been asked to, you know, possibly sell lots to them, but none of them will speak up because they will get bullied and shouted down. And I don't think that's how we should run our development. There's been things online that have been said, which some of these people did not post it. Don't mistake me for that. But people think we're doing high density. That's a common word. This is not high density. 1 home per acre is not high density. We've been told that we were going to be doing multifamily. There's no multifamily. And that was a big reason why we did this public letter, you know, promise. This is what we're going to do. This is what we want to do. For every lot we decreased, you guys were in the business, that's real money off the table. There's a reason why Timbers was rezoned, because there is not a need for 2.5 acre horse properties. There's not. 2.5 acre properties are also very hard to move anyway. You can go to the Colorado golf community. They got lots that are 2.5 acres and they've been sitting for years. It's not a desirable product. You know, they talked about a survey that was done, and I can appreciate it. Great. But very few, less than half, were in Douglas County. And how many were in the Pinery? You know, I could have, we talked about, or you talked about, I don't have anybody on my side. I could have brought in 100 contractors. It was said this would have been great. It wouldn't have mattered. It should fall down on this criteria and the master plan. And that's where I believe that we meet this. We're giving up right around 33% of our property for open space. We've increased the buffers. We've agreed to not do fences. Now, it could be changed with county requirements, but we want to preserve that openness. Like I said, I get a little too much wrapped up into it, and I lose my track here. But let me get back to my cards here. I saw that the planning department did give you guys packets answering line by line of the requirements to meet the master plan and how we do. So I don't want to go through that, but I would hope that you've read that and how we've met it. One of the big one was goal 2-3 was to provide connected parks and trails. We do that. Goal 2.4 was to establish public spaces or gathering places or connectivity to existing gathering places. We would like to work with High Prairie to get trails to the junior high, to Bayou Gulch. Goal 2-5 is to complement natural landscape. We've begun preliminary grading plans. We're not going to scrape this lot. It's a beautiful piece of dirt. We are designing our roads to minimize the impact on grading and to match the natural. We don't want to rip it up. We don't want to make it where I live currently. We don't want a dense subdivision. Goal 2.6 is compatibility between residential and non-residential. This is a good transition. Larger lots, matches the properties that surround us, far less dense than 8A or B. We are also going to be required by the county to improve South Pinery Drive. Traffic will be, again, we're adding 30 houses to what's allowed. That is minimal traffic impact. Our traffic engineer is here if there are specific questions on that. There was also a plea that, we need to respect our veterans. There's nobody that respects them more than myself. A lot of my work that I do is for the VA. I've done over a dozen houses for our troops. I take them hunting. I have goose property that I take out disabled veterans to go goose hunting. So I do appreciate that, but I don't think that's part of our criteria. We also were told we paid peanuts for that land. That land was $2.5 million. That's not peanuts. They talked about living on cul-de-sacs. Those are temporary cul-de-sacs. These were always intended to continue through. I presented Helen Kriebel's dream. That was 56 lots. That's what she wanted. She didn't create the 2.5 acre lots, but she was certainly wanting to go forward with that. If you look at the exhibits, the first one's from 2003. Then she made the formal pre-app submittal in 2014. I debate how personal I want to get. But several of the people got up here, talked to me in private, and they all want something from us. And it just angers me that they come up here and then disparage us. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call them out. I think that's all I have to say, and I'll let Rusty answer the rest.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, James. I can bullet point the facts that what we have demonstrated tonight meet the zoning criteria that Douglas County has for rezoning this property. We have demonstrated that the Pinery 40 is in compliance with the Douglas County Comprehensive Plan. We have demonstrated that this project will generate significant jobs, significant dollars in the construction industry. But I think what I'd like to do with just a few minutes is just to really speak about this criteria up here. You know, Commissioner Layden had indicated that the first three items were in question. I'd like to talk about those a little bit and what they mean to me. So with respect to 15-2001, you know, whether the amendment is consistent with the development standards, commitments, and overall intent of the planned development, I think that we addressed that pretty well in our initial presentation, where we discuss that originally the Pinery was supposed to be 2,249 lots, and then it changed into the equestrian lots with the approval of number 3, and then it went back to the original density with number 5 on the amendments. And basically what that tells me is that this is a living organism that is always evolving, always changing, and you need to look at what was last done on this project and where it is today. And when I look at this project, with my years of experience in this field, it is a space that was forgotten. There is residential living on 3 sides, a planned roadway connection, and in my eyes, from my experience, I see that as something that should be contiguous and be in alignment with the existing neighborhood, not something that's going to be totally different, totally in conflict. Going from third to half-acre lots to an equestrian development on the same street, and then exiting out, going back to the third to half-acre lots sounds to me like something that is in completely against the Douglas County Master Comprehensive Plan. I don't think I think the comprehensive plan was written for that purpose, for continuity and neighborhoods that should blend together and share the same type of developments. And I think that that's important. I do want to respond to a couple of questions, a couple of comments that were made. The coalition the neighborhood purported that the Pinery 40 will have a negative impact on the dream of the American frontier by continuing to diminish properties and allow horses and livestock, when in fact the use of the Pinery subdivision as horse property was diminished when the Pinery Fifth Amendment was approved. That's when this could probably fall under that category of the American frontier, where you have 500 acres of horse property and residences with allowing horses within a community. But eliminating that and leaving the 47-acre parcel diminished that frontier, in my opinion. I still look at Pinery 40 as an infill development, and you know, we can talk a little bit about drainage if you like. I think James touched on that, but I've reviewed the problems associated with the Timbers drainage way and read some of the statements made by Urban Drainage at that time, now Mile High Flood District. And I'm currently working on drainage ways that are being designed to current standards. That drainage way upstream of us is too steep. It's designed at a 0.5% slope. They used wood timber cutoff walls. It doesn't meet today's standards, and it's causing erosion, which comes down to Bayou Gulch, and there's sediment control issues, but it's not resulting from this 47-acre parcel or the Colorado Horse Park. It's resulting from a poorly designed channel upstream. And I think James addressed that well when he said that we are not contributing to that problem. We're downstream. We cannot control drainage issues that occur upstream. We can help pay for remediation and restoration and removal of the sediment that's occurring down there. But that's normally done on a pro rata basis based on how much water or how many lots you have or something. But, and I think the gentleman also indicated that 47 lots will generate a lot more runoff. It's based on the impervious area. You're going to have multiple buildings, barns, houses, and other impervious improvements built on ranchettes or on houses. I think that the criteria manual looks at it today and says it's going to generate the same amount of runoff. But the goal is just to control it, to detain it, and release it back into Bayou Gulch at a safe rate that doesn't do any damage. I'm gonna ask David Simonson to come up and talk a little bit more about the criteria that that we're looking at in items 1, 2, and 3, and I'll be up here to answer any further questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Simonson.
All right, haven't been on this side in quite a while. Dave Simonson, Simonson, address 1745 Shade Center Drive, Highlands Ranch, 80129. Good news for all of you, I am not an engineer. So you don't have to worry about any of that. I'm going to just address a few things, and I want to make sure that I kind of stay on task. I know that a lot of territory has been covered. We've heard a lot of public testimony. This isn't the first time we've heard a lot of public testimony, but when Commissioner Layton, when you brought up 1, 2, and 3, I understand your perception on that. What I'd like to do is I'd like to just kind of address that in a conversation. So when I look at the first one, standards, commitments, overall intent, so on and so forth, yeah, the way it's zoned right now versus what they have are different, but I think Rusty made a great point in that this is truly an infill project that is matching up and complementary. It's cogent with all the surrounding areas. It is not, it's not zoned the way that it needs to be for the development just to move forward. That's why we need the major change. No one likes change, especially when it's in their backyard. No one likes having something that they're used to become something different. And that's part of some of the stuff that we run into. And, so I can sympathize with the public here on that front. When we look at 2, though, the intent, efficient development and preservation, they're doing everything they can. If you take a look at the conceptual layout to give the new area that comfortable feeling that all of these people already have in their own neighborhoods. That one person named all 5 of their neighbors on their cul-de-sac. They're trying to give that same neighborhood feel just in a home built in 2025, 2026, whenever the groundbreaking is able to happen. But that all has to start somewhere, and I think this is a very cognizant, public forward line of thinking on this. I truly do. And when you look at the third, adversely affect the public interest or enjoyment, it's vacant land that doesn't belong to any of these people here. And so the enjoyment is that it's vacant land that doesn't belong to any of these people here. They don't have to maintain it. They don't have to pay the taxes on it. They don't have to do anything with it. But the public interest and enjoyment, you know, you're not having your sight lines removed. It's not ruining anything like that. You're having large, expensive properties. Let's be honest. These are not going to be, you know, a bunch of shotgun shacks being put up. They're going to be, you know, beautiful modern homes with landscaping and everything else that is going to fall right into what I think all these people, you know, the lifestyles that they wanted, the areas that they wanted, it's going to fall into that entire feel. And they're doing everything they can to try to appease people that simply don't want change. And I can appreciate not wanting change, but I can also appreciate the efforts and the thought process that is going into this. And so I truly believe the other criteria I believe that they meet, but on 1, 2, and 3, I think if you really look at it, you can see the, once you get past the fact that they're all engineers, you can see the feel, you can see the thought, the heart that they are putting forth to try to appease not only all of that, but the comments that have been made at other public hearings. Commissioner Teal, do you have any questions for me? And I don't know what that is, but it smells good.
It's a Slacker burger.
There we go.
Chair, may I?
If we don't feed these guys, you're not going to get to a vote. So we got to keep them awake
I
and
get it.
going.
No,
so
I know.
I'm sure everybody wants that.
Yeah,
So-
we've been there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Layden, do you have any questions for me?
Well, I appreciate that analysis, and I just go back to James, and if I have a spiritual gift, for those that believe that I'm a person of faith, discernment is one for me, and it pains me because what I see in James' eyes, first of all, thank you for your service. I think we have many members of the military with us here, and I appreciate the service and sacrifice that you represent. And you're from Douglas County. You've owned property here. I don't get the sense from you or your team that you're trying to swindle. You guys are smart engineers that took the enterprise risk and are kind of finding your way in this. And, having represented developers as an attorney for years, getting to that pay window is brutal. It's years and entitlements, and it can be really challenging. So in the county, philosophically, we've always said as a board, we respect private property rights. And that's very true. As much as we respect all of these neighbors, they do not own that land. But after many years, they've come to see that as their open space. And we have seen that time and time and time again, to the point where we have, as a county, purchased places like Tepfer, Sweetwater Park, which people thought, hey, this is my park and my open space. Turns out it's not. It was dedicated for a school. So we stepped in as a county and we just bought it and converted it into parks and open space because it was so deeply significant to the community. It is so compelling to me when I see this many citizens galvanized, passionate, concerned about their neighbor. It's the best of who we are as citizens in Douglas County, because they're neighbors who care about each other and they care about their way of life. So I am trying to balance our respect for private property rights, your enterprise risk, and what you're taking on comparative to obviously the interests and concerns of the surrounding neighborhood. I go back to the CMP and the analysis from staff, and this was for 2.5 acre equestrian estate lots which have not been developed. And of course, since that time, the surrounding properties, which were also planned as 2.5 acre lots, have been platted with one-third to 1 acre lots. So many of these neighbors have seen a rezone and a replat that they have benefited from as well. I don't like rezones because, for the same reason I shared with you, but many of these citizens have benefited from some changes. So I wrestle with that. If there were more conversations and more engagement with the community that would persuade me that somehow that 152003 would be satisfied, I'm continuing to see some challenge with the public interest or enjoyment. But candidly, I have had to vote in favor of the applicant at times when the only interest and enjoyment has been, hey, this is my open space that I've enjoyed this whole time. So I'm going back to the original intent of the PD, the original intent of the developer, and some of the comments that I heard, and that continues to resonate, but I'm just one of three. So I would open it up to my board for questions and comments of the applicant.
Okay. Appreciate that, Commissioner. Commissioner Van Winkle?
Oh, thank you so much. I do know it's been discussed tonight, and it's in the staff documents as well, that the vote from the Planning Commission was 6-0 opposed. I was curious, what has changed? Has anything changed between the Planning Commission and, I think that was like November, or no, it
So
was
Planning
August.
Commission was actually back in, was it August?
Yeah, it was August. I believe.
November. It was November, September, it was September. Oh,
Well,
okay.
anyhow.
It was not this year.
So I'm curious what
since
might have
then,
changed.
The things that have changed has been, Commissioner Layton just mentioned, wanting more public comment, more public input. They have made in, and it's never enough, but it is what you're able to arrange and coordinate. But they have reached out to the public. They have taken what was said and addressed it to try to create some level of acquiescence on that front. They have they created that good neighbor agreement, and all that is just simply putting in writing what you're saying. And if I hopefully everybody here remembers that one of your criteria upon approval says specifically anything that's been presented that's in writing and everything they'll be held to that standard. And so even if it is not maybe in a presentation deck for a PowerPoint, the fact that it is in writing and has been submitted and is part of your packet, I think should let you know that they have been listening to what the public's saying. No, they're not giving the public everything they want because the public doesn't want it. But they're trying to be as good of a neighbor, as user-friendly as possible on that front. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, absolutely. And then I'll go, let me ask you this. Is there anything beyond what they've already offered to do and created that they could potentially add to it to help move this forward? Like any type of criteria
So this
that we
is,
could
I
potentially
love
talk
this,
about?
and my board may not enjoy this, but I do, which is getting the parties together, having additional conversation.
We're right
because,
here.
Oh, I get it, but one option we have is to table this for further study. I mean, we can negotiate on the fly, but I don't know if you're going to get consensus from this group at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday. So, yeah.
Before we go to some kind of tabling or anything, I was asked if I had questions, and I do.
Yes, Commissioner Teal.
Okay, so the theme that we see, this is kind of neat, unique conversation going. The things we've heard over and over again is the connection to the equestrian culture that is in the area. I'm not seeing that addressed in your design, in your plan right now. I mean, is that, so I'm tempted to ask, why haven't you done it? Why haven't you tried to address the connection with the equestrian culture in the area? By the way, I know, listen, I'm a property rights guy. I know your first answer can be because I own it and that's what I want to do. But I want to give you a chance to address why aren't we seeing more of the connection to the equestrian culture in this plan?
If I may, and thank you for that. And it was something that we spoke of during one of the breaks, which were very necessary. But there are no trails that are being stopped or anything on that property. Am I correct on that, Rusty, or not? Okay, so there, what type of equestrian embracement are they looking for other than houses that can, have a barn and a horse? Beyond that, I mean, they're trying to build to where they match up with the neighborhood. They're what type of engagement and I'm just asking, this is on the fly, going back to what Commissioner Layden said, but what type of engagement exactly would translate into quote-unquote embracing the equestrian culture?
I'm not sure I have that answer, Dave, but I would say what could be done to help out alleviate Dr. Tischer's concerns, and I realize, listen, I heard you when you said you were going to pave the road into his parking lot. You're going to pave his parking lot. Okay, great. That's not scratching the itch, though, for taking care of being a part of the equestrian community. That's not, because I didn't hear that from him. I don't know if I know that answer. I haven't talked to Dr. Tischer about this. We talked to Dr. Tischer when he came in to get the rights to take over to buy with his partners the equestrian center in order to set up his veterinary clinic. He did need to come in and talk to us, but I don't know. I haven't talked to him about that.
Right.
I heard from the lady named Jen, who spoke on behalf of her community that is an equestrian community, and she talked about the things that, how this development would inhibit the equestrian culture. So I don't know, I haven't talked to her about, well, what could be done to integrate your community, your plan in with her community. I gotta be honest, I'm hearing the concerns about the creek bed. I did have concerns that that was gonna be a problem. You're downstream of the problem. Rusty, I think you explained it very well. That is not a part of my consideration. I do think it's a problem. It's probably something we need to work on, but I do not accept that that's a consideration with this plan. I keep coming back over and over again to where the failure here comes down on 01 and 02, and it is the lack of integration to the equestrian culture that is prevalent there. The comment that was made, quoting CJ Garbo, Commissioner Garbo, I don't agree with everything in that statement, but I do agree with, I think, the conclusion of it, the summation of it, in that when we have golf communities, we try to make sure that that's a golf community. And we're not going to do anything to inhibit that from being what the expectation of a golf community is. When we do have Sterling Ranch, we are very purposely seeing them come in and design a suburban residential environment. I'm sure if we were here sometime in the last 15 years ago, we'd be doing the same thing in Highlands Ranch as it was developing out.
Can I ask a question real quick then?
Yes,
Just
sir.
a quick interjection. The only, and this is just me, I haven't spoken with, obviously, with any of these gentlemen, but the only thing I can see that would be like a physical connection, I guess, would be, looking at what type of surfaces they put on their trails surrounding and passing through their community. I mean, potentially, because, I mean, really, making that, I don't know, horse-friendly as far as, allowing for that to be anybody that's on whatever trails are connecting to be able to potentially use that. I'm not speaking on their behalf at this point. I'm asking if, something like that, is that what you're referring to where people are able to, quote unquote, enjoy the trail system, enjoy the equestrian idealism?
I think that would,
I'm throwing stuff out here.
I think that would be a really great start. I still can't get over the fact that the zoning does seem sufficient for development. I realize what you mentioned in terms of the market forces. Our problem is I feel like we're having conflicting market force information. You're a business. I am A-okay with you being a business. I want you to capitalize on your property. I want to capitalize on my property. The problem is I can't get over the fact that I'm not seeing enough reason to say yes to rezone versus maintaining the current zoning. And and putting a plan in front of us for the current zoning, which I think we'll need a site improvement plan for it, but you won't have to go through the rezoning. And so, I mean, I think my colleague made a comment about how much he dislikes rezoning. He and I don't always agree on these rezonings, but this is one where I'm by and large in agreement with him, because I don't know, guys, I'm just not seeing, and by the way, that is the nature of these approval standards. We are obligated to look at every single one of these and say yes on every one of them. And I think it's been made clear, we do have doubts on being able to say yes. I can't say yes to every one of these. I can say yes to some of these.
Then, if you don't mind me asking, then,
Dave, I'm going to pause you for a second.
Yeah.
I appreciate your experience at the dais, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Van Winkle if he had any comments or questions. You don't? Okay.
I think I'm going to ask the question that you're about to make a comment on.
Okay,
Let
go ahead,
me
Dave.
Let me
Go
try
ahead.
this real quick.
Sure.
Okay. Which criterion are you finding the biggest issue with, and what do you see as the potential solution? Because that all I want to do is I want to find is it solvable, and if so, how do we do that? So I apologize.
Yeah.
Hopefully that was somewhere in your realm.
You read my mind, and getting to yes, right? Don't be a no because, be a yes if, and win-win is always the ideal. What's the greatest good for the greatest number? I think you have your work cut out for you. I don't know that we can solve it tonight, but one area that can help, and I agree with George, is the equestrian nature of the original intent of the plan development is not lost on me, and we heard that from many of the citizens. We are not in your shoes, and we're not going to run your business. This is your enterprise, but oftentimes if you do a CBA, a community benefit agreement, where you engage with citizens around what would benefit the community, what would appreciate their home values, what would be consistent with the equestrian intent of the community, I think those are really important questions that could benefit from a town hall where you engage with these folks who spent their time with us tonight and see if there's any movement there. I'm wedded to the approval standards. So I need to stay within the criteria, but it would help me to hear from you and the citizens that there was a community benefit agreement or a appropriate modification so that equestrian element of the redevelopment and the amendment was consistent with that original intent. That would help me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do know that on some of the community engagement pieces that they've done, there have been comments made. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure this doesn't happen. So that doesn't really sound like an opportunity for a conversation, whereas if we can find once again, the yes if, not the no but the yes if, some realistic guidelines to help move the 45, let's look at the back and forth that needs to happen. And it's not going to happen tonight. I'm just wrapping up a conversation because I've been here this long. Another 5 minutes isn't going to kill me. But if we can keep the 45 and we can figure out how to integrate that equestrian culture, that that standard that would help embrace the riding community. Let me ask you conceptually, does that help to create more of a yes on the 7 criterion put forth?
Well, let's be honest. Going from north of 100 on density down to 45, that was a big swing. And so I really appreciate when, as a developer, as an applicant, you listen to citizens and say, you know what, we're going to do our best to reduce this and still make it pencil so that you can make a profit. We want you to do well. We're not against profit in Douglas County. I would be much more persuaded with something around 30 in terms of density if you included a community benefit agreement that included equestrian history and support. But That's just me speaking out loud, and I don't want to speak on
You're
behalf
not
of this
holding it to
community.
it or anything
So-
like that. We're just having a conversation.
Yeah.
I get it.
I think that would be, and if you had letters of support from this community, I think that would be much more persuasive.
Okay. Commissioner Teal?
What's your minimum? Do you have a minimum threshold for the development with Pinery, water and sand?
James? He had his hand up anyway.
Well, the question I was going to ask is, would the board be present at this town hall so that they can see what goes on in the transparency? At our last meeting we had with them in an open forum, our last question, is there a number between 45 and 15? And it was, no, it's 15. We have it on recording. So that's what we're facing. We've been bending over backwards to try to provide this. If that's bridle trails, we're more than happy to do bridle trails. We can look at less lots. You know, you were in the business. There's a point break where, you know, we have responsibility to our investors, but we're not stuck on that number. We even offered that.
Yeah. Well, I'm sensing it, Ed, just from the
I
rumblings.
think we were polite when you were speaking.
Well, I'll keep order, you guys, but I'm sensing it's edging into town hall territory. We have done 89 town halls in about a year and a half, so we do conduct those. If that's of interest to this community, we can host that here and have that discussion. I think for the purposes of today, that's not going to happen tonight. And I think it would be really helpful to, at the very least, table this for further studies so that you have an opportunity to engage in further discussion. But I'm certainly not ready to approve anything this evening. Commissioner?
I think, well, I mean, we can't change the plan at this point, the one that we would be voting on tonight. So the only one we have to vote on is the plan before us, and it doesn't sound as if there would be 3 votes for that plan.
Commissioner Teal?
I did ask a question.
On lots?
So my question was, what is your minimum lot requirement in order to secure service from Pinery Water and Sand?
Honestly, that's not an answer I have right now. But what would be our minimum amount of lots to break? Honestly, we have to talk to the other 3 investors, you know, on what they would either roll the dice and, you know, it sounds like a no. But I know we have flexibility. I don't know what that magic number is. Things that have popped in my mind, would you rather see, we're getting ahead of zoning and getting into planning. So I've always liked clusters of homes to even open up more open space. Half-acre lot was just what we had established to match adjacent properties, and that's a good number for custom homes. One of the things I did fail to, discuss was the EDC did a great job of bringing in new businesses, the Douglas County EDC. And these people are looking for this type of product for, these are high-income earners, and so we can most certainly entertain less lots. I can't give you a number right now, but we would certainly look at that.
I just had one thought. I'll just throw it out there. We're kind of brainstorming there a little bit. So I heard one person that was had experience as an equestrian indicate that she raised a horse on 1 acre. Right? Did I hear that correct? Well, somebody said it, I thought.
Okay. I'm going to ask for order here, please, before we get into town hall territory.
But I think we can explore, what size lot would be appropriate for allowing horses and eliminating all of the other types of animals that are currently allowed under this zoning today. The 2.5 acres, you can have roosters every morning. I mean, you got to go on and on. But that's not what I'm here to say. I'm just here to say, if equestrian lots are important, let us explore that and see what we can come up with.
Well, thank you for that. I'm going to bring it back to the board for deliberation and a motion, but I would just say, I would agree with Commissioner Van Winkle that if you're asking us to vote on this application with no changes, I think you have 3 no votes on that tonight. Just bringing it back to the board, gentlemen, I certainly would be open to tabling it for further study so that there may be some additional opportunity for these applicants to put in their best effort with these citizens and maybe answer many of the questions we heard tonight. But I defer to you both, and I will entertain a motion from either of you.
All right, can I please turn to County Council? So Council, at this stage of the game, I think we are in an impasse with the plan that's before us. Can we table without the consent of the applicant?
Yes.
Okay. Would the applicant like to give consent to table this item?
Yes.
Please, the board, I do have a motion to table Pinery Plan Development 31st Amendment, Major Plan Development Amendment, because it requires further study. Project file is ZR2023-002.
Second.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? Again, I want to thank everyone here for their time. I hope you recognize our deliberate nature in wanting to get this right, and I appreciate your patience with us. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries 3-0.
Commissioners, I want to thank you for your time tonight. I know this has been a long one, and we get another one some other time down the road. But it is good that we do see the passion in the room.
Great.
For better or for worse, it means people care. So thank you so much for your time, and have a great evening.
Thank you. You too. So everyone's free to leave if they need to. The board still has one more item before it. So for us, we'll move on to item 3C, which is the second and final reading of an ordinance establishing business licensure requirements to regulate massage facilities and to regulate and prohibit unlawful activities for the sole purpose of deterring illicit massage business and preventing human trafficking within Douglas County, Colorado. Jeff Garcia, County Attorney. Jeff?
The late, can you hear me?
Yes.
And I'll be brief, given the late hour.
Okay.
This is the same ordinance that we discussed with Casey in early November. It is the second reading of that ordinance. The county passed its initial ordinance regarding the regulation and licensure of massage businesses in April of 2023. Since that passage of that ordinance, the state has amended its regulations regarding local licensing under House Bill 24-1371, which required additional clarification and additional requirements at the local level. The original ordinance and act made licensure an optional authority. It provided definitions, exceptions. It was very clear on prohibited acts and gave an enforcement mechanism. All of those measures are still in place. The new 2024 State Act required a few additional elements to be included. It made the licensure mandatory. It required some statutory definitions, expanded background checks, and required record keeping by the business owners. This board has already approved the procedure for enforcement and regulation. On second reading of this ordinance is to adopt the underlying ordinance itself. This ordinance was originally read in November. This will be the second reading with publication on the 6th of February and the ordinance taking effect in March. Again, I would like to thank Casey Brown for his wonderful work on this. I believe we are the first county to have adopted.
Great. Well, thank you, Jeff. I believe we might be familiar with this because it was our bill.
It was.
So we're really pleased to see this move to second reading. I'll open it up to the board for any questions of staff.
No questions. We kind of went through it when we knew this was coming forward.
I agree. Commissioner Van Winkle?
No questions, just really appreciate the hard work that went into this before I was able to join the board in the interest of public safety and taking care of especially our young Coloradans. So thank you to the board that came before me.
Well, and thank you for your service in the legislature that got this moving forward. I'll just open it up for any citizen comment. Is there any citizen comment with regard to this item, either in person or online?
Commissioner Layden, I have no online comment.
Okay, thank you, Troy. So with that, I'll close citizen comment and bring it back to the board for any further discussion and or a motion.
If it pleases the board, I do have a motion to approve second and final reading of an ordinance establishing business licensure requirements to regulate massage facilities and to regulate and prohibit unlawful activities for the sole purpose of deterring illicit massage business and preventing human trafficking within Douglas County, Colorado.
So we have a first and second on the floor. Any further discussion? It's too late to wax poetic on this, but I just want to thank my board, staff, everyone who not only worked on this measure, but has stayed with us tonight, and that's including you too, Troy. I know it's not easy to pay attention to all these transitions, and you've done a wonderful job, so thank you for that. Any other comments?
It's my pleasure.
Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, and that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next land use meeting public hearing will be held on Tuesday, February 11th, 2025 at 2:30 p.m. We are adjourned.